Well, hello and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Clemens.
Yeah, good morning, everyone, to our global audience. Welcome to the Applied AI conference, this time with the AI in AgriTech edition. Yeah, it's actually quite funny. Just now, at this very second, we had the 500th person to register for the event, which is like by a magnitude of 2 more than we expected for this event. So yeah, really, it's great to have you all on board.
It's quite amazing that, again, we have participants from all around the globe, of course, mainly from Europe, Central Europe, Austria, and neighboring countries. But also hello to, I think, the most distant participants we ever welcomed from Togo and Chile. So nice to have you with us.
Yeah. So in this opening session, we would like to give you a brief rundown, like what will await you program-wise, how to use the B2B networking platform, and who are our partners. But before doing so, me and Matthias would just like to give you a very brief rundown. What is the AAIC? Because for many of you, this is perhaps the very first edition that you're joining. For us, it's actually the 11th event. We started with the event series in 2018, initially as an offline event, but then, let's say, thanks to COVID, we were forced to move it online starting from 2020. And since then, the pace has increased and also the viewership numbers have completely gone up. So who are the organizers behind the AAIC? I mean, you might have noticed the logo AI Austria somewhere all around. We are a non-profit organization based in Austria. Both me and Matthias are, let's say, involved in the organization. And we're 100% non-profit. The initial, let's say, goal or vision of our non-profit is to help the Austrian AI ecosystem to develop. We do this by networking, through policy making, and through also international events like the one you have at the moment. When it comes to the AAIC itself, the AAIC was one of the first projects that started at AI Austria. Actually, the nonprofit was presented at the first AAIC. And you might wonder what's the reason for having, like, you know, the 57th different AI event. When we started, it was very important for us that we don't give just, let's say, high-level talks where you will hear that AI can bring 5% more GDP growth or 7% more efficiency and so on, but actually always show people with hands-on experience presenting actual and real use cases. As such, we also, let's say, we don't make compromises when it comes to the agenda planning. This means strictly sticking to this non-profit nature. You cannot buy a speaking slot, or even if you would, let's say, hypothetically become a sponsor through in-kind work, this also doesn't guarantee you a speaking slot. So it's always content first. Then coming to the second row, we have lots of international partnerships, more to that one later. And last but not least, the B2B networking is always a very strong component. This means, Matthias will provide you a deep dive soon on this one. What you see here in the very bottom, I mean, this is quite obviously because many of you are watching via LinkedIn or YouTube, but it's also something we always make sure of, that even afterwards, once the event is over, all the talks are available on both our LinkedIn and YouTube channels. Coming to the global partner network, this is most likely, or actually also one of the reasons why we have such an international audience for each of our events. We always cooperate with either like-minded AI non-profit organizations, like you have here in Germany, in Serbia, Croatia, or even up to Thailand with AAIT. Plus also media partners like Springer Professional or even the Enterprise Europe network. So to wrap up this session on the AAIC itself, this at the moment, the AgriTech event is the first event of this year, taking place today and tomorrow. We will have another event in almost exactly 2 months. It's about AI in the utility and energy industry. So expect to hear lots about power distribution, photovoltaics, or all types of renewables. And last but not least, our big annual event, again, will be held this year in May. It's the AAIC 22. And more on that later. And if you want to stay in the loop, Yeah, we will also show this a couple of times today. The very, let's say, at the lower part, you can always see the latest updates on the event on our LinkedIn page. Last but not least, if you want to get in touch with us, just shoot us an email. It's very easy to remember, or write us on LinkedIn. We are always very open when it comes to either new cooperations or even new types of events, like the one you see today, where we were approached by our partners Tech House and the Digital Innovation Hub Innovate.
Wonderfully put, Clemens. Thank you very much. And you already mentioned it. Our Applied AI conference series is unique compared to other events in terms that we deliver you the content that is really just right now happening in the industry, connecting domain knowledge between AI and industry, in this case, agriculture. And not only offer we you speeches, discussions, keynotes, presentations, workshops. No, all of our participants that are watching right now are available for one-on-one virtual meetings, including yourself. And I will just give you a quick rundown how this would work. Let's have a look here at my screen, where I just shared with you the main page of Applied AI Conference. I'm just logged in my profile. You can find the link in the emails that you received, and also on the LinkedIn event, should you just watch on LinkedIn, but we will also post it again in the chat. What you see here is, of course, the agenda that you know, the marketplace, and for most of all, the participants that are registered to this event right now. And for example, I would be interested in people who are up for meetings, and I have a little filter function here on the left. I can say I'm interested in people that deal with indoor farms that are actually from the field of AI. So they are AI solutions developers dealing in indoor farms. And I have a short list here, and I see who is available for meetings. And if I want to meet that person, I can just click request meeting. And what the system will provide me with is a list of possible time slots that are possible both for me and for the person that I'm requesting a meeting with. So I would just say, and please forgive me that I select you as a test person. And by the way, the times displayed here are always in your local time zone right now. So for me, it's Vienna. And I say we meet at this time. This is a test meeting. Send request. And the person then receives the meeting request and can then say, yes, we hold the meeting, or no, we hold the meeting at another point of time. Great. So this is how it works. Please head over to our website and check for yourself how this works. Don't forget to be on time to your meetings, out of respect for other participants. And yeah, I wish you some fruitful new connections, and don't take it from me, but from our other participants, some new learnings on how to successfully apply AI in agriculture. Clemens.
Great, thank you very much. And before going to the first session of today by Will Wells, I would also like to welcome on the stage our partners for this iteration of the conference. Yeah, ladies first, Pia Seeberger, the General Manager of the Digital Innovation Hub Innovate, which, as you can see from the background picture, has a very strong connection to AgriTech. Hi, Pia.
Yes, hi Clemens, hi Matthias, hi Konrad, and hello to everyone in the conference. Thanks for having us and being able to co-host this together with you today. If you don't mind, I would like to quickly introduce the Digital Innovation Hub today, and also our other co-host, Tech House. So the Digital Innovation Hub focuses on digital innovation in agriculture, timber, and energy. We are focused on small and medium enterprises in Austria to help them further develop their digital innovation. So if we go to the next page, we have a quick summary of who we are. So we are several research institutions and universities working together in Austria. We are also a non-profit association, and that's why our services are also free of charge for SMEs, and we're supported by the Austrian Research Promotion Agency. And if we go ahead, so similar as this conference, we at Innovate also like to bring together the technology experts with the agriculture, forestry, timber, and energy experts. And I think with combining several disciplines, really, one can develop great solutions together. And this is something we do in workshops and in projects. And I also brought some impressions with me. If we go ahead to the next slide, yeah, so this is us doing some prototyping project with some strawberries, some health screening there, or with some robotics, which will also be with in this conference. So we're also happy to hear some of our partners in Austria speak. And if you want to reach out to us, it just as a quick, we also brought our contact information with us. So if we go ahead to the next slide, my name is Pia Seeberger, as I said. I'm originally a physicist, then started developing algorithms for materials, animals, now ended up in agriculture. And Valerie has done a similar journey and is now working in innovation and sustainability. So she's also leading this innovation hub together with me. And to our second co-host that I'm also happy to represent today, that also initiated this innovation hub, Innovate, is Tech House. So we also brought some information from Tech House today. So Tech House is an innovation consultancy with offices in Vienna, Munich, Graz, and Tel Aviv. And Johannes Müller show his contact information here. You will also meet him in the course of this conference. And Tech House is offering services for startups in accelerators and hackathons, but also for corporate innovation and impact tracking. Yeah, so I hope you have now a better view on who's also moderating this conference together with you, and very excited for the rest of the program.
Yep, Pia, thanks a lot for the introduction. And yeah, the two of us will do most of the moderation on the first day. So if you have any questions to Pia, there will be plenty of opportunity. Yeah, and last but not least, I would like to welcome Mr. Konrad Eckel from Advantage Austria on the stage. Advantage Austria being one of our long-term partners since the very first AAIC, and I'm very happy that also this time we are hosting and organizing this event together. Hello, Konrad.
Hello, thank you, Clemens. Hello, everybody. Great to have over 500 international participants with us today. Welcome also on behalf of Advantage Austria, which is the trade promotion organization of the Austrian Federal Economic Chamber. So what are we doing? We have around 100 offices worldwide, and we support Austrian companies in all questions and kind of export and internationalization issues. But we also assist international partners who want to know more about Austrian companies, Austrian technology, Austrian know-how, and we establish these contacts. So that's great. We have a conference today where we can also do a lot of B2B talks. So I really confirm you to book these B2B talks, as Matthias already explained, and get in touch with all this international audience we have today. My colleague Markus Haas, he will explain a little bit more in detail what is Advantage Austria doing in particular, and how can we assist you in a workshop at 1:45 p.m. So there you will really get to know how to work with us. It's also called How to Work with Advantage Austria, and I really recommend you to take part in this. And especially for the Austrian companies, we have a great Austrian audience today. I also would like to highlight the program Go International, which is an initiative of the Austrian Ministry Federal Economic. to boost Austrian exports and support Austrian exporters and Austrian companies doing business in an international way. So there's a lot of support and subsidies Austrian companies can get, and I really encourage you to have a look at this at Go International homepage. So I wish everyone a great day, good contacts, and great information on this conference. Have fun. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Konrad. And yeah, since as you know from all Netflix dramas, whenever it gets very tense and exciting, there's a connection hiccup. This also just happened with Konrad. We will provide the information he just said regarding the Go International program and how to get in touch with Advantage Austria. They're like in the banners throughout the day. Great. So this is almost covers all the housekeeping. There's only one thing left. If there are questions to be asked, either you write it on the LinkedIn chat or YouTube chat. We can just display this in the lower left corner. But more importantly, or most importantly, use please the Slido. This is the platform we're using to receive questions. And
yeah, we already received a couple of questions. Where people saying good morning, and yeah, thank you for that. Hello to all of you worldwide. The slides, most of them will be shared, and most of the video will be recorded. So to get that out of the way, use Slido and LinkedIn, and this is a live event. We're happy to talk with you. Yeah.
Great. And since we're already 6 minutes behind time, so I say now to most people on the stage, see you later. And yeah, Pia, who is our first guest of the day? Maybe a couple of introduction words, because I can see him already waiting in the backstage area.
Yes, we were very happy to welcome Will Wells with us, the founder and president of Hummingbird Technologies. And I think he's really the right person to start off this day to give us an introduction into artificial intelligence and agriculture, and what we are expecting in the future, what this could all mean for agriculture and the industry itself, and what different applications exist out there. And I'm really happy that we could have him to join today.
Great. Hi, Wills.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here.
Great to have you.
So I'm going to make up the 6 minutes that you've lost. And just to say, firstly, thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure to see so many distinguished guests from Austria and beyond. I'd like to talk to you today in several different capacities. So firstly, as the founder of Hummingbird Technologies, which is an AI and remote sensing company for agriculture. I'm going to share my screen while I go along. Secondly, as a diehard investor in AI and agri-food tech since the beginning, I note that last year we had $30 billion of new investment into the space, much of it that was geared by artificial intelligence. And without giving everyone a history lesson, when I started Hummingbird, when we were writing the first lines of Python code back in 2015-16, there was only $6 billion worth of investment. So already in a short space of time, we've seen a 5 times growth of investment. AgTech is not fintech. The fintech sector is worth hundreds of billions, and it's not healthcare tech, but it is growing very quickly. And I hope, at least in the next 5 years, that we will reach some of those bigger numbers. Much of it, again, driven by AI. So I'm here as the founder of Hummingbird. I'm here as an investor in the space. I founded another company called Beetle Labs, which is really to consolidate my own investments. And finally, I'm here as a partner of a venture capital fund in London that really is looking for the next generation of AI companies to invest in. So I'd like to touch on those themes today. I'd love to take some questions as we go along. And if anyone wants to find me, the best thing to do is to connect to me on LinkedIn. So I'm going to begin by talking a little bit in detail about Hummingbird Technologies, which is the company that I founded. And we hope we pioneered some of the artificial intelligence that you now see today. So what we do is quite simple. We use satellite data, remote sensing data, and we run that. And the name of the game is to try and measure regenerative agricultural practices from space. And none of what I describe is possible without artificial intelligence. You need so much data in real time that no human being could ever draw the boundary of every field, could measure the biomass of every plant, could measure the presence of cover cropping, could measure the soil health. And Hummingbird does that on a massive scale. And we do that for big businesses like Monsanto or Bayer or John Deere or Nestle or people like that who are trying to measure the sustainability in their own supply chains. And when we do things like that, what we're trying to do is to unlock an economic payment, either in the form of a carbon credit or to enable corporate insetting, or, dare I say, to replace European agricultural subsidies that we hope will become green subsidies, i.e., you're an Austrian farmer, you only get your subsidy if you say, yes, I'm looking after soil health. No, I'm not chopping down trees. Yes, I'm planting cover crops. Yes, I'm planting a diverse crop rotation. And we have many large customers like Rabobank who are working on their own carbon or green initiatives. And what we do for them is like a heartbeat audit of their entire land bank from space. Maybe I can pause there and just describe how artificial intelligence works, but the reality of it, not what you read in books. To give you an example, we developed something so simple called a field boundary detection algorithm. And in order to do this, by hand, we had to draw the boundaries of 10,000 fields in Australia, and then 10,000 fields in Canada, and then about 5,000 fields in the UK, and then 2,000 fields in France. And every time we moved countries, we had to modify the algorithm, and we had to draw everything by hand to train the code. And once we taught our own software to recognize the shape of a field boundary, we were able, in very, very, very quick time, to do this on a whole country scale. And the key with artificial intelligence is the automation of a manual task to an accuracy level that's higher than a human being could do. And we use that same technique for any of our algorithms. And you can take the best data scientists in the world, and you can take the best Python developers in the world, but if your data set is garbage, you're in big trouble. So when we do things like monitor the whole of the Midwest in the US in real time, we literally have to spend thousands and thousands of dollars per day sending agronomists into the field to verify whether our algorithms are correct or not. Because when you're doing this for customers in real time, you just don't have the opportunity to check. So training data, remote sensing, and AI at scale to get it working properly, it's all about the data. And then one other point, which is if I'm doing what I'm showing you now at scale, and you're receiving a €50 per acre subsidy, or you're receiving a €15 per hectare carbon credit, there's no good in Hummingbird doing it unless it costs $1 or $2. So the verification cost of a carbon program, and we work with our partners at Greeneye on this, has to be extremely low, because otherwise the farmer or the farming business doesn't receive the full economic benefit. And if you want to monitor the whole of Germany from space, or the whole of France, AI enables you to do it cheaply, at scale, in real time, and very accurately. So we've been talking about Hummingbird and some of the, what I call macro imagery analytics that we use with AI, but I'd also like to spend a few minutes talking about the micro analytics solution. Now, when we started 5 years ago, we had a vision that every farm would have robots, every farm would have drones. It kind of didn't happen. And what we now believe is that real-time, high-resolution data and automation is probably better suited for the fresh produce sector, i.e. high-value, high-margin crops, than it is for a wheat farmer in the UK or for a soybean farmer in the Midwest. And this is just basic unit economics. And where most of our customers are on high resolution, quite frankly, are in California or in the Salinas Valley. And what we've developed over many years is almost the perfect AI solution for counting, sizing, grading every single plant in the field. What you're seeing right now has been patented. We give an ID to every single plant. We allocate that ID so that when we send imagery from the drone to the cloud to the Raven box in the sprayer, we can actually spray every single plant with a different dose of nitrogen, so that we even out the crop, so that the yield is uniform, and all of that feeds into a yield prediction or harvest weight prediction algorithm. And our customers here are not farmers. They are the very big food processors and fresh green processing businesses that lose millions and millions of euros per year if they overestimate or underestimate their harvest. And to give you an idea about data sets and AI and how do we build that algorithm, it's a publicly available research paper, but I think we labeled maybe 110,000 lettuce plants to get that working. And how do you label it? In the field with your hands and from the image, with a clipboard, literally. And AI is glamorous and sounds great, but the reality of it is, it's quite dirty to begin with, and it takes a lot of hard work, a lot of upfront investment, and then you need people that understand how to code to make it a reality. Just to give you an idea, we will fly thousands and thousands and thousands of acres every single day, all year, providing this analysis in real time, and the data gets sent from the drone to the cloud to the machine, and it's totally automated. There's no human contact. It helps farmers make decisions, or it helps agronomists make decisions, but it works in a totally autonomous loop. So that's a bit of background on Hummingbird, and that was the company that I founded 6 years ago, and now has 40 or 50 data scientists and engineers and product specialists working for us, and we're very much in scale up mode at the moment. So if anyone is growing fresh green vegetables, leafy greens, and would like to hear more about the fresh produce product, get in touch. If anyone is interested in regen ag and wants to verify practices, we're not a carbon trading platform, we're not a carbon modeler, but we do verify. So we'd be delighted to talk to anyone that's interested in that. And guys, also please fire away with questions, and I'll move on to some of what I'm doing outside of Hummingbird. So since leaving Hummingbird's executive function, where I remain the founder and president, but very much on the board and in an ownership position, I've actually returned to many of my buy-side activities. So a long time ago now, I used to run a hedge fund, and we were very early in clean tech investment, technology investment. It's how I got into Hummingbird. We were looking at robots and AI and drones and satellites, and really, like in those days, there were very few people doing it. Now, of course, it's the thing to do. One of the things that I've been up to since then was attending COP26. Now, Hummingbird has always been a climate positive technology company, and we were very proud participants in the Tech for Our Planet award. And as part of that, I wrote a paper which I delivered alongside Vice President Al Gore, which discussed the role of artificial intelligence in the fight against climate change, and how do we use AI to get to net zero quicker. I just wanted to share with you a couple of things. So firstly, agriculture, forestry and land use are responsible for 18.4% of all global greenhouse gas emissions. Now, you all know that stat, but what you don't know is that derived emissions is even greater. And if we're going to solve climate change, we definitely have to address agriculture. And if we're going to do that, we need AI to do it. And there are some incredible companies now that are focused on these problems. And I'm seeing some amazing forestry carbon plays. I'm seeing some incredible indoor agriculture, aeroponics, hydroponics. And we're seeing AI really be adopted by the industry. People understand it now. They understand that what's holding it back. And I'm very excited about that. Just to give you some context, 3 days a week, I am a venture partner at First Minute Capital. First Minute is an early stage venture capital fund. We're based in London, but with offices in Berlin and a strong sort of US presence as well. And we like backing companies that are pre-seed or they're going into their seed. Now, we have, broadly speaking, $300 million under management, and AI is a massive area for us. I'm just gonna share with you a couple of slides, because this next one's important. So the secret sauce at First Minute is that we're backed by 100 unicorn founders. So that means that all of our money comes from people that have built billion-dollar businesses and then have then exited those businesses and have given us their money to invest. And included in that mix are the founders or the CEOs from Google, from DeepMind, from Palantir, from Tencent, Onfido, Babylon Health, and Facebook. I have probably mentioned 5 of the best 10 AI companies in the world. And when we look at AgTech, we look at AI, and we can't separate the two. So if anyone who's listening today is raising money, and they're raising between $500,000 and $5 million, and they're getting going, please get in touch. Our portfolio is flying. We're a European fund, but we tend to co-invest with Sequoia, Benchmark, Andreessen Horowitz, and all the best. And we'd love to take a look. In terms of AgTech, I just want to spend the last few minutes maybe sharing some of my own investment themes for this year and the areas of focus, certainly for me, and what's underpinning some of our AI research. So the first is ag biotech. Now, many of you have heard of CRISPR, and many of you understand that in order to create crops that yield more, crops that can handle climate change, and the next generation of plants to feed the world, we cannot plant breed in the same way that we've been doing it for 300 years. So there are some amazing ag biotech opportunities on the horizon for those companies that are willing to innovate. I want to highlight two in this area. So some of you will heard of Pairwise. Pairwise is a really sophisticated AI driven business that adapts fruit and vegetables and does it through genome editing technologies. I also encourage you guys to have a look at Tropic Biosciences. They have something called the Geeks platform, which is an RNA and gene editing business. And many of you will know this from, the fight against the pandemic, but predictive modeling, sophisticated data science underpins a lot of this groundbreaking research. And if you want to breed a banana that does not get a certain disease, this is exactly the kind of approach that you need. Another area that we're really interested in is climate innovation. So we've talked a little bit about Hummingbird, how Hummingbird uses AI to measure the climate impact in farming. I'd encourage some of you to look at companies like Cervest, so CERVEST, who are using AI to model the climate outcomes in farming. If you're a farmer in sub-Saharan Africa, if you're a farmer in India, if you're a farmer in Australia or perhaps Brazil, desertification, climate change is gonna affect you in a very big way. And AI and data science is being used very, very efficiently to model that. We're looking quite heavily at biomaterials and resources. There's a great company in New York that I encourage you to look at that are trying to biomanufacture an alternative to palm oil. And the idea is that if you can disrupt this $60 billion industry and alleviate land use change, you can quite literally create palm oil from microbes. And fermentation is that process. And AI and data science, again, underpins the biomanufacturing itself. I'd like quickly to reference novel farming systems. I think we've got a few minutes left, but if the organizers tell me when you want me to stop. Novel farming systems really captures advances in climate control, aeroponics, hydroponics, indoor farming, what we call vertical farming, but it also captures aquaculture. And I want to leave you with one phrase, which is controlled environment. If you're an AI specialist in any domain, what's very important is that you have a controlled environment. This is why AI is so hard in an open field, because you have so many variables you can't control. But indoors, right, going back to that video, you can control your environment, you can control your data set, and therefore you can automate your data set. So we're looking very closely at indoor farming. Without perhaps giving our house view, we believe that a lot of indoor farming is rubbish. So there's not really a technical innovation there. It's not really that climate friendly. We believe the real winners in that sector will be what we call the picks and shovel players. So people that are doing the computer vision within a greenhouse that will understand what plant disease looks like in a tomato plant, robotic bees, automated irrigation. It's the AI component of indoor farming that makes it great, not indoor farming itself. And we're spending a lot of time looking at that space, and we have, some pretty high hopes for it. There's a great business out of California called Unu, and they have an AI system. You see this camera on my screen that monitors the lighting and can help agronomists understand exactly what levels of water, nutrition, and other chemicals every single plant in the greenhouse needs. Just moving to the last few minutes, we're also, as I mentioned before, deeply interested in regen ag. I probably mentioned that enough with Hummingbird, but I'd also like to talk about robotics. So there are literally hundreds of robotics businesses who are coming to the market and are having their own solutions. And one of my favorite businesses is called Climate Robotics. And what these guys do is they have a robotic system that goes into a field and uses AI to mulch up the residue from soy, corn, cotton, an industrial crop, and then it converts it on site in an automated way into biochar, which, as we know, acts as a fertilizer. So not only do you get your carbon credit payment from Microsoft or Stripe for doing that, but you're also helping the farmer with probably a bigger problem, which is how to fertilize your field. I think Climate Robotics will be the first billion-dollar robotics business in AgTech. I encourage you to look at them. What I'd also like to touch on briefly is robotics and automation in livestock. So there's a company I sit on the board called Flocks, and what these guys are trying to do is look after chickens in an environmental way and improve welfare. So they have these sensors that can detect whether birds are clustering, whether there's low activity, whether there's disease, and how happy the birds are. So it's exactly this kind of analytics in a closed environment that can really move the needle. And then finally, another area that we're looking at is, novel food, or innovative use of material. There's an amazing business called MycoWorks, which is a mycelium business, which comes from a plant, and they're using that to disrupt the animal leather market. So it's a biotechnology platform that uses mycelium to make a luxury material. Now we can argue for days about meat versus veganism. I love meat, but I also like investing in non-meat. So if anyone's interested in synthetic protein or plant-based protein, I really encourage you have a look at an incredible business listed in London. It's called Agronomics, and Agronomics are basically trying to disrupt the cow and the fish, and they do that by investing in some of the best cellular agricultural businesses. This is a publicly available document. In my opinion, they have the best portfolio of synthetic protein companies in the world, and they use AI in almost all of them. And finally, I want to touch on agri-fintech. So I mentioned at the beginning that fintech is worth 150 billion as a sector. In my view, the most interesting market in the world for agri-fintech is India, where you have hundreds and hundreds of millions of farmers or people involved in agriculture, and they're trying to disrupt everything from the way farmers are paid, to the way they receive income from their harvest, the way they borrow and lease machinery. And we're seeing some incredible numbers. And there's an amazing VC fund called Omnivore, and they're based there. And anyone that wants to learn about agri-fintech and the power of AI to disrupt financial markets, I encourage they check them out. So that's kind of it from me in presentation terms. If we've got time, I'd be delighted to take any questions. If not, probably return to the organizers and follow your lead.
Yeah, Will, thanks a lot for the rundown. This is really lots of bandwidth you covered. It's incredible. We also received a couple of questions, but actually, I would like to start with the first question, because what I was wondering in your presentation is, from an investor's perspective, do you think that AgriTech is rather a will it bring local champions, you know, like real estate, for example, with Silo, or like mobility did with lots of different companies? Or do you rather think it is going in the direction that you will have global companies for selected verticals, where the rollout ability is given?
I mean, it's a great question. So, okay, this is just my view. On the one hand, you've got massive global companies like CNH, John Deere, Cargill, that happily operate all over the world. And so in theory, an AgTech company should also be able to do the same. But what we find in practice is that markets are very different. And what I would encourage people that are starting their own AgTech business itself is to really focus on the vertical, to really focus on the problem. And instead of, I mean, look, Hummingbird, we made a few mistakes early where we probably expanded too early. And what you probably should do is focus on a fintech problem in India, or focus on a robotics problem in California, or focus on a grain trading problem in Russia, or a drought problem in Australia, and really dominate. And when you reach your critical mass, then you can expand. But I think, like, to answer your question, I think every single time we see a unicorn in the space, they get killed in the public markets, or, you know, they get hurt somewhere. So we haven't seen that pattern recognition of, you know, the next Palantir or the next Facebook in agriculture. Like we just haven't seen it yet. So we don't know, basically.
Yeah, but thanks for the insight. So my takeaway, it stays complicated, but don't get too wide in your ambitions. Like, focus. Yeah, we also received lots of questions from the audience. So perhaps we could pick up 2 or 3 also with regard to the time. So I would like to hand over to Pia to guide you through them.
Yes, sure. So I think the first one was still on the piece on Hummingbird Technologies, and the question is how applicable your MIV is, your solution for carbon practices on different soil types, and how you can prove that carbon has not left the soil.
So that's a brilliant question. So firstly, we've been doing this for a while, right? We were the first, or we were the equal first. And we understand just how difficult it is to get a model working on one soil type and then transferring it to another, or transferring it, for example, from, you know, the UK to the US. And the short answer there is that every time you go to a different soil type or a different geography, you actually have to retrain your model. So anyone that has something working in France, it's not going to work in Argentina unless they put that investment in. That would be my answer. Secondly, is that if you look at Vera or Gold or the USDA or Climate Solutions Fund in Australia or DEFRA in the UK, right? Most of these methodologies say that you should measure both the indirect and direct carbon sequestering activities. Hummingbird has chosen to focus on indirect activities, right? So planting cover crops, no-till, you know, like cultivation that's less harmful, change of land use, what crop you plant. These are all empirical, algorithmic calculations that we can prove. And we know that they combined equal carbon positive outcome. But to be clear, if you want to trade a carbon credit on nori or indigo or agrina, you don't have to measure the carbon content of the soil. You have to prove that your indirect activities are helpful. In Australia, you do have to measure. So you actually take a soil sample in year 1, and then you measure MRV in years 2, 3, 4. So it kind of depends on the country and the methodology. But look, we're trying to do this like today. Over time, I think you're going to get direct carbon measurements. But anyone that says they can do it today is probably not telling the truth.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Perfect. Thank you.
I see that.
Yep.
Yeah,
maybe just one comment from my side, because there are a couple of questions. If you could please reshare what you mentioned before, or so on. I think the easiest way would be that if, let's say, afterwards, once the talk is over, you just comment directly, put one LinkedIn comment under the live feed so that people can, are directed into the right information.
The venture capital fund is called Omnivore, which is the one in India. That's in the chat group. The AI and Net Zero paper was published by Tech UK. The methodology, the most common one is Vera. So the USDA Comet Tool and Vera and Gold, those are the ones to look at. But the European Green Deal, it uses that. So just you kind of have to look at a few.
Okay. What do you say, Clemens? Do we have time for one more question?
Yeah, final famous last words. One more question.
Sure.
So I think the other top question we have is on the methodology that is used to align to verify the carbon credits.
Yeah, I mean, look, as I mentioned, the Vera, but maybe just to address this Otto's point. So, in my view, you can look at agriculture in two different ways. You can either say agriculture is responsible for X% of the world's carbon emissions, and isn't agriculture bad? I don't see the world like that. I see it as an opportunity, because responsible farming at scale can be carbon positive. So the whole point of food and agriculture is to try and turn it into a carbon positive sector by doing all of the things that I've mentioned. Whether you believe, the carbon footprint is 5%, 10%, 20%, or 50%, doesn't really matter. It's something. So the whole point is, how do we harness technology to make it a measurable positive sector, so that food production actually contributes to climate change alleviation, not makes it worse, I think.
Okay, that's great. Will, I have to say, I still have to think of your Hummingbird technology talk and the lettuces you have to count. Did that impact your decision in the supermarket when buying fresh produce? Do you look differently at lettuces now?
It's actually really annoying for anyone that I go shopping with, because you find yourself standing in the lettuce aisle, looking at the back of the packet to try and understand whether they're a customer or not. But by and large, they are. So.
That's great. Great for you, at least. Yeah.
Guys, okay. Pleasure.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for tuning in. And yeah, if people have questions, we of course gladly forward them to Will. And yeah, people can always get in touch with you via LinkedIn. I think you also mentioned this during your keynote. So thanks a lot and have a nice day.
Guys.
Bye.
Thanks, Will.
Great. So now for our next keynote speaker with 13 minutes delay. So yeah, we will catch up anyway. It's a company from Austria. It's actually quite funny how we found that case, because the Austrian national television broadcaster and the Austrian newspapers were writing about the case where AI is used in a winery or in a vineyard. And the only company name that was mentioned there was Microsoft. So when we contacted Microsoft, they further referred us to the actual company doing this, and which is Tietoevry. And yeah, Johannes Strassmayer is the person which carried out the project. So it's our special pleasure today to welcome Johannes with us on the stage. So let me remove this one. And hi, Johannes.
Hi, Clemens. Hi, everybody. Hi, Pia.
Hi, Johannes.
Thanks for the introduction. Yes, funny story, and I'm happy that you found us and even Microsoft mentioned us, so that I can be here today and present our case. I'll share the screen, and you can tell me once that's working.
Yep. Perfect.
Oh,
So
all right.
this is perfect. So yeah, the stage is yours. See you later in the Q&A.
Yes, thank you. All right. As mentioned before, the project that I've been working on is about saving the wine. And saving the wine is necessary because the world is in a process where the climate changes, and this has a negative impact on the blossoms of, for example, wine trees and or apple trees, apricots, whatever it be, because the frost destroys the blossoms, and without healthy blossoms, there is no possibility that grapes grow or that fruit grows, and that's a big issue, and not only about the wine, but in general fruits in all over the world. Let me explain the thing, what's going on here. It's that in the past, before climate changed, the temperature did arise usually from January till May up to a certain degree. Don't take that numbers too seriously here. It's just a sketch. And let's say the flowering phase was from April to May, somewhere around then, depending on the grape or on the tree that was growing the blossoms. But now the average temperatures increased, and the flowering phase moved to an earlier stage within the year after winter. And that's bad because there is one process happening in temperature that is called late season frost. So it can happen that suddenly during nights the temperatures decrease significantly, and this might destroy the blossoms from the trees, and we end up in the dead blossoms that won't grow any fruits. So this is the problem. This is why we sat together and built the project, and we saw that there is an estimated damage to Austrian vineyards and fruit orchards only from 70 million euros in 2017. That's maybe that's a serious number for Austria, but that's not only in Austria, but that's worldwide. For example, there are numbers from France that say that the human caused climate change has made the damaging frost events in France 60% more likely, and the things are getting worse. So actions have to be taken, and the wineries and all the farmers are taking countermeasurements already, because I mean they noticed the problem in the last, let's say, 20-30 years already, and they invented some actions that they perform, but they are cost and time intensive. I'm gonna show a few examples. So on the left here you see a lit up vineyard where the farmer put up so-called ovens that they ignite and they burn for around 8 hours, and they do this when they know that the temperature is very low and that the trees would be in danger. But the problem is, when is the right is it going to be too cold that night, and do I need to do that, because it costs a lot of money and it costs a lot of time. And one other possibility that they are taking is artificial irrigation. So they start to water the trees, and that creates then from the frost protective ice over the blossoms, and on the next day everything is fine again, because the protective shield kind of stops the weather from getting from the fast temperature change, which actually kills the blossoms. Other actions are to blow warm wind from higher areas to the ground, so that the trees also have warmer air. Or which I couldn't even believe, was that they start helicopters and also blow down warm air to the ground if they know that it's getting too cold. And as you can imagine, there's also protective roofs. But as you can imagine, that's very time and cost intensive for the farmers. Then it has a negative impact on the environment. And if the farmers are insured, then the insurance companies also do have an interest to reduce the damages to the trees. So the overall goal, of course, is to reduce the damage to the trees and to increase the harvest for the farmers so that there are blossoms and grapes and fruits. So as I said, we sat together and we wanted to find a solution on how we can help the farmers and the trees to keep the blossoms and to stay alive and deliver a harvest, a good one. And we soon found out that it's not only about the technology that is in that field necessary, but we also need research. We need the farmers, we need the insurance companies. And since it's a project of general interest, we also involved the Federal Ministry of Agriculture in Austria to give us some funding. So we brought that people together. We sketched a prototype for the project and then implemented it. And the solution that came out was it's an end user application on the one hand that gives the farmers the possibility to know exactly what's the temperature on which vineyard at which location and what's the humidity, and even more interested, what is the temperature going to be within the next night. And from that information, the farmers then can take, they do know, do I have to take an action, and do I have to set up the candles and the ovens? Do I have to order a helicopter, or do I have to start the wind wheels? And to make that possible, we put up sensors on the fields of the vineyards. That sensor data is then gathered into our backend solution. That solution provides the data to the National Institute for Meteorology that creates the forecast. This is where the AI happens, where I come later to. And then we provide that data to the farmers. And on the right, you see that's the end user application for the mobile phone. But of course, it also can be used on a regular desktop, and I will show it in a minute. But what we are also doing is we're sending alerts to the farmers, so they don't have to check the temperature every 10 minutes or every hour as they used to. But they simply can sit back and relax and wait for a notification, or not waiting for the notification until it arrives, and then they take the actions. You have to imagine, and which is I couldn't believe it when I heard it. The farmers actually looked in the TV weather forecast and then said, okay, tonight it's probably going to be cold. So they stayed up all night and drove around in their cars to measure temperature and humidity all over their fields repeatedly. So they went out there, went from one field to another, got the temperature, and that's cost and time intensive. And we live in 2022, so there should be a solution for sensors and a notification system that does also proper forecasting. Yeah, and we wanted to create that. So we had installed in 2020 the sensors, 300 sensors that do measure the temperature, the humidity. Now wind is in place, and also rain, but currently that's only a little of little interest. But only from humidity and temperature, the most actions and decisions can be taken as needed. Then A little about the data processing. We also have 21 farmers in the project, which gave us the possibility to place their sensors in real environment, to be able to gather the data, to take that data and then create the forecasts data and have real-time values, and they really use the system, so we get real feedback. And only in the first year, we took about 30 million measurements, and even about 4 times as many forecast values for that area. It's actually happening in Lower Austria and Steiermark, and distributed over the 45 vineyards and orchards. So a little bit about the forecasting system. It's calculated every hour for the next 48 hours. So the farmers not only know what's happening in the next night, but also maybe the 2 nights in from now, and that helps them also to maybe reorder new ovens or order the helicopter in advance. And the smart thing about the solution is, or the necessary thing is, that the forecast must be as accurate as possible. What we've learned from the first season was that if the temperature forecast is only off by, let's say, 1 degree or even less, the farmers complain, because then it's not useful for them. So our goal is to increase and enhance the quality of the forecast as good as possible. And I mentioned that the CAMG does that forecasting, and they not only take the measurements from the sensors that we provide, that were put up in the field, but they also take the major weather situation that they're responsible for in Austria anyways. So we think that we got the best possible partner for the weather forecasting in Austria to combine their best weather models with the data that we provide. All right, let's briefly take a look into the application. I already opened it, so you should see now the FrostSat front end. You see the dashboard where you see exactly your sensors that you're allowed to see, and here you can see the map and know where the sensors are. Usually you only see your sensors from your vineyard or your orchard that you're interested in, and then you go through them and see, okay, that was the temperature, that's the temperature going to be, and I do have to take actions or not. Then you can at any point add alerts, as I mentioned. That's a very important thing. If you are if you want to have a good rest during the night, you're alerted if there is a problem. And so, for example, you can set up an alert for that one sensor, and say, okay, I want to know when temperature is getting below 1 degree, and then please send me an SMS or an email or whatsoever. And this will then happen once the threshold is reached. Yeah, that's the user side from the farmers. Of course, there's a lot of reporting for the scientists in the project that do the research, the configuration for the sensors, the management for the sensors, the fields, and so on and so on. Because it's relevant, of course, where is the sensor mounted, how high above the ground, where is the sensor, what's the sensor type, because we also found differences in the sensor type on how good or bad they are, and so on. Yeah, that's so far about that. In general, the solution that we created is not only working for the FrostSat project, but we have seen as Tietoevry that there is a need for such a accelerator platform that does similar things like gathering IoT data, connecting systems like the CAMG or the sensor platform from other data providers, then there is always a need for an API that data from our platform can be pushed to us or can be taken to us, and the reporting, as I mentioned, for the scientists and the researchers. Because, and that's maybe I think I forgot to mention, is one goal of the project is not only to reduce the costs and time for the farmers or the insurers, but they want also to know what are the best actions or counter actions to take against frost. Because if we find out that the ovens are not very helpful, or you would need so many that they are actually helping, but the wind wheels are much more cost efficient, then this will also be a result of our project as we're comparing the data from before and after. Yeah. And yeah, I said that the platform that we created is not only used in agriculture, but also in industrial manufacturing, or even in retail industry to monitor shops. So in future, we believe that shops will be monitored in temperature, in the room in general, or in the fridges, or how is it in the fruit area? How is it somewhere else? How about energy consumption? There are so many sensors in each and every shop that can help to reduce energy consumption, which is probably one of the most important factors there. And speaking about industrial manufacturing, we have made a project with Wienerberger where we monitor machines and the product quality that helps us to increase the quality, to compare and improve the shift performance from the machines and the people working there by simply showing or calculating and showing KPIs in real time, and to visualize the trends that can be derived from that. And yeah, we think that we have done quite an exciting project that helps not only people in one area, but also in many others. And I think, or at least I can only talk for me, I really like wine. And if this saves the wine at a very low impact for the environment, then I'm happy. To give a short outlook, I would like to say that the next steps are that we want to still enhance the forecast that we produce. We want to implement the feedback and the tips that we got from the farmers, because they have to use the system, and user experience is a big topic. And of course, we want to scale the solution as it's built on a cloud service from Microsoft. We can scale to any area in the world if there are the sensors installed and if there is the meteorological data from that area or country. That's it. Thank you. Questions, please.
Yes, thanks so much, Johannes. I think that's really a practical hands-on solution that everybody can understand. That's quite valuable, I guess, for farmers. As we already are a bit behind time, we would like to start with the questions right away. You showed a picture of some of the sensors, but the participants wanted to know also which sensors measuring what did you place in the vineyard?
Yeah, I can. It's written in the slides, like the producers of the sensors, but I can give detailed information if people write me. I don't have it like right at hand, so I cannot give the answer right away, but I can answer if people write me.
Okay, or you can then also provide it in the chat of the event, or people can write you directly.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I have to add here that we did the software part of the project. So the company Microtronics is the partner for the sensor setup. So maybe I'll forward to them so they can give the right answers exactly. depending on how much detail you need.
Okay, thanks a lot. And then maybe we have time for one more question. And there's one from Martin. Since it's a funding project with companies as well as with public partners, how did you organize the economic utilization of project results? So how did you arrange that in the project?
Yeah, it was clearly defined what everybody from the partners brought into the project. Or maybe let me first start with, we built a ARGE, which is a working group for all the partners. And then we defined what every company brings in at the start of the project. So as I mentioned, we brought in the IoT accelerator platform, and then the sensor knowledge was brought in from the sensor company, and so on. And everything that was made additionally in the project, that is then a result and is public knowledge, and cannot be used by any of the companies like Tieto, but the rest is public knowledge. And yeah, I think that's the question.
That's always good if it's available for further use. Well, thanks so much, Johannes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot also for joining on short notice. And yeah, if you, the audience, want to get in touch with Johannes, you can always reach out to him directly on the B2Match platform and book one-on-one meetings. So with that, thanks a lot. And yeah, we start with the moderation for our next speaker. So let me just show. Yeah, Pia, who will be the next speaker?
Yeah, so next up we have Scherer, and Scherer really cares about each and every tree. So she will talk a bit about how to fight plant infestation in trees and how this can really be a customized solution using IoT and analytics. And I'm very happy to have her here today. And yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hi. Let me just share my screen.
Yeah, works.
So, perfect. So, hi, everyone. My name is Scherer. I will be presenting AgriTech today, which is a sensor company for trees. Let me just start.
Great. So, see you later in the Q&A.
Great, thanks.
All right. Introduce myself again. I can get that. So yes. So I will be presenting AgTech today. I will be presenting our data approach and how we use our AI methodology in the agricultural world. So I'll start. Let's see. All right. So the food system equation is quite simple, yet today it is starting to reach an impossible zone. The world population keeps on growing, the resources to grow trees do stay limited, and humans take drastic measures just for to answer the need of the actual food system. So it means whether it's from fertilizers to chemical use for spraying, for anything else, it is used on our trees constantly, on our food system constantly, in order to meet the world population. Here in AgriTech, we hope to impact this equation in order to use less drastic measures to keep our food system alive. So we're actually dealing with a natural problem. We're dealing with pests that are part of the trees biosystem, part of the biosystem in the field, especially borer pests. Our journey started with the red palm weaver, which is a borer pest in palms, and today we're starting to find solutions for different borer pests inside different kind of trees. The damage with borer pests is not visible to the eye. That means that the damage will already be done once a human eye could actually see it. And if you want to treat it, you need to, not to predict it, but to have very, very early information in order to actually treat it and actually save the tree. And because a tree is some sort of a it's a investment at the end of the day. You plant a tree, you have to wait at least 4 years in order for it to give fruit, to give yield. And once the tree is actually hurting, and once the damage has already been done, there's no 100% of the yield will be damaged. So we are specifically we have a lot of knowledge in the borer pest area, but we are also going into the fruit flies, into the field flies, as we call it, area as well. What is happening today? So today, the common methodology for chemical spraying inside the field is a spray and pray methodology. It means 100% of the trees will be sprayed, and the growers that spray will not know which trees are actually infested, hoping that the treatment will actually be useful for the trees that are infested. And there's no detection method whatsoever to see which tree is the tree that is infested and which is not. That means almost 93% of the chemical used in the field for pests, that means pesticides, will be used for nothing, because there's no knowledge, there's no inside knowledge about what trees actually is infested. And the chemical use is actually quite hard. They're sprayed by air and the chemicals are sprayed by air and implemented inside the irrigation system. And those chemicals do stay in our land, in our food, and in our water. There's a lot of methodology trying to prevent it in the legal system. If you guys have heard of farm to fork and trying to limit those the chemical use down, but there's no detection method for pests inside the field yet. And this is what we're trying to do here. Succeeding, I would say, to do here at AgriTech. We're trying to revolutionize the agricultural world. Early pest detection of infestation, and early and precise detection of infestation, while reducing pesticide use. We want to give the growers the right information so they could actually use the classic methods correctly and use them only when it's actually needed. So this is what we do. AgriTech gives growers the ability to listen to trees. And what we make is a data-driven decision support system that helps the growers make the right decision and spray only where and when it's actually needed to spray at the trees. So let's talk a bit about the technology, a bit about the system. I'm going to go over those 3 main points, whether it's our sensors and system, AI out in the wild. At the end of the day, we are at the plantation, at the wild, and also the decision making that our system can do. So this is our 2 main sensors. We have the IO tree and the IO trap, and of course we also have our app and our web app. The sensors are both seismic based. That means that they listen to trees, but the information and the data that is collected is not like a recording. It's more of it's a seismic data. They have the ability to monitor the plantation and the trees 24/7. They have a reliable and redundant communication system, which I will go over in the next slide. And all that information is being sorted, and our decision support system tool is AI based. It's a lot of information. There's a lot of decision making methodology that our software does, and at the end of the day, what the information that is brought to the farmer is simple. It's easy to use in order for them to make the decision what to do in their field. Our IO tree detection accuracy stands up to 98%. That means that we've had a lot of trials. We have a lot of trees. We have almost we have 20,000 sensors out there at the moment. So they're all working collecting data, and we know what to say when the tree's actually infested or not infested. We've had a lot of trees cut down as some sort of like a bet, say we said it's infested, and the farmer would say, oh, it's not infested, I'm willing to take the tree down. And once they took it down, we did find larvae inside the tree, which that is the stage that they hurt the tree the most, because this is what eats up the inside of the tree. So this is our tech. Our sensors are a sensor per tree. Together they bring up a mesh network that will stay redundant in the field, will work for years on low Bluetooth battery, and will communicate between one sensor to another, finding the fastest route to the gateway to the cloud in order to make the calculations. And the first time that our system makes the decision making, the first decision making out in the field is that if one of the sensors will not be working, it will go through another route in order to actually always bring out the information back to the gateway, back to the farmer's palm. The second time there's an AI methodology is actually the fact that we're out in the wild. There could be a lot of noise, a lot of data that could interface with our software, and this is where the powerful use of AI comes to our hand. Our software can detect between whether it's a pest or whether it's birds or farmers working in the field or tractor or wind or the tree growing. Everything has a noise, everything has a sound, and this is what our system can differ between a point to another. So this is the second point, and one of the most important points that AI is used, and one of the most important times that AI is used inside the world of agriculture. Second time is our actually decision making, and one of the most crucial point that our software could actually tell if the treatment of chemical treatment of a tree is actually working. So for the first, when the software is installed, I don't know if you can see my mouse. So when the software is when the sensor is installed inside the tree, for the beginning, for a point of like almost 2 weeks, it will not have a status, and then we'll go between whether it's if the tree is clean or there is there is a suspicious something happening inside the tree. It'll take the system another couple of days to actually give it the best status it can, whether it'll go back to, it will go to clean if the tree's actually clean, or it will go into red, which means it's infested. Now the decision lies in the farmer's hand, and they will see if they want to treat the tree or not treat the tree in chemical use. And once they treat the tree, our system is able to actually provide the information to see if the treatment actually works. And you can see a classic graph here that we have. And this is the pesticides. This is the pest behavior, whether it's a day or a night, and has a lot of different measurements inside it. And once the grower decided to treat the tree, you would see the graph actually lowering down, and this way we could understand that there's no active pest inside the tree. And it's quite amazing to give the farmers the feedback for a product that they're not buying from us, they're not buying chemicals from us, but they've been buying for years, whether it's working or not working. Because today there's no one would say, oh, our treatment works 100%. No one knows how well do chemical treatment works, because also the pests will, like generation of pests will actually learn how to live with the chemical treatment. So this is quite amazing to see if it works or if it doesn't work. I would love to go over the opportunity of trees in the world. A lot of farmer growings are actually, whether it's seasons or yearly growing, and we see trees as an investment. It takes 4 years. It depends on the tree to actually have fruits and have yields. So there's 46.6 billion agriculture trees out there. They actually have yield. That does not count the ornamental trees. And think about your favorite city, your favorite summer cities. They all have palms, or just a regular city would have trees in it, and they're part of the big biosystem, and does not include forests and forest reserves, and it does not even include trees that people grow in their backyard that are also part of the biosystem. At the end of the day, when a city decides to treat their trees with chemicals, that does not mean 100% that the trees will not continue being infested, because there's a lot of private trees, and they're also part of the biosystem. And this is a big part of the product, and this is why we put a sensor in every tree, and this is our biggest dream and our biggest goal, to actually monitor trees, because they're here to stay. It takes time to grow a tree. It takes time for a tree to be as big as we would like it. And if we decide to invest in those and this kind of growing, you have to know that you have to treat it correctly. What is used today as an alternative for a detection system? So there's dogs that are trained in order to find borer pest. They're dogs, and they're not as accurate as we would like them to be. There's electronic smell sensors that are actually being developed, but we haven't seen them working as well. There's acoustic sensors that record just like regular recording, like I would go and record a tree, and it's a lot of data. It's a lot of unnecessary data, and it's not as reliable. And there's photo analysis of trees, which works, but it's too late for that kind of information. Farmers, in order to really prevent chemical use, you will need the information a step before the eye can see, before photos will see the difference in the tree. And this is the only way to actually save the tree. Our traction, so we have just about 20,000 sensors out there all over the world, whether they're on palm trees just working, whether we have new mango fields and avocado fields out there for research and development, and even different kind of trees that we're looking into. It's very exciting to see a lot of trees being treated correctly. And yeah, and of course, I went back, I'm sorry. So yeah, this is us. We impact a lot of also the Sustainable Development Goals. It's very important to us to be part of the movement that treats the earth correctly and the trees correctly. And yeah, and that's it. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out privately, follow us on LinkedIn, and ask away. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Scherer. So you're really a tree carer, tree hugger, I understand. And we already have one question for you, which is how many sensors or combination of sensors are needed for your data model to cover 10 hectares of tree land for high accuracy prediction detection model and so on?
That's a very specific question. It really does depend. It depends on the trees. It depends on the use of the trees. For our borer sensors, we use a sensor for every tree. So it depends on how many trees are actually planted in the 10 hectares of tree. This is what we found our best way to actually stay with our prediction, with our 98% prediction as high. And with the IO trap, it depends. When someone decides to buy the system, we plan it for them in the best way possible. How economical is the plan? Once you save, I'm sorry, I just took the questions.
Yeah, maybe we have time for one more question, but then we
all right. Once you save 97% of the treatment, it actually it becomes very economical. With our plan, we have a yearly subscription. Our sensors cost a lot less than the actual chemical treatment does. At the end of the day, it is very important not just to bring down the chemical use, but to actually stay economical for the growers. So we do everything that is needed, you're welcome to reach out to me for Egypt, and I will contact you with anyone you will need. Yeah.
Great.
That's it.
Then thanks again, Scherer, and yeah, thanks again for your talk. And yeah, as she said, you can always reach out to her either on B2Match. Yeah, I think that's the best way.
And with the meeting systems that you guys have, I'm here all day tomorrow and today. Feel free to reach out. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Perfect. Then yeah. Also, thanks a lot from my side. Perhaps since I think we have time for one more question, because
Sure.
one just flew in. It's
Sure.
It's the last one.
So I can read it out. Have you found the tendency of the infection bug to be spared to non-sprayed trees? If yes, what is remedy?
To non-spade trees, I can understand that, I think, more specifically privately, but the thing is, with, let's say, the red palm weaver that we've been looking at for a while, we haven't found kind of a tendency of the bug. This is why we carry out our method of a sensor for every tree. This is why we want to detect every single kind of tree. We know that at the end of the day, for the spraying part, the beetles will live with it, and this is what we're trying to prevent. We're trying to limit the chemical use. Spray only when it's needed, only when it's infected, and that way we will the chemical effectiveness will continue, and we will have to use less of it, which is very important to us. It's at the end of the day taking the entire food system or the city system, because we do have trees in the city, and actually optimizing it in the best way possible.
Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks a lot.
All right.
Great.
Great. So much for the questions. Yeah, we can interact with you on B2Match, and if there is any additional information you would like us to share from AgRint, just send it to us. So we will disseminate it either by sending out a mail to the participants afterwards, or in this CNN style or Fox News style tickers that you see below. Yeah, depending on which side.
You're more than welcome to follow us on LinkedIn and connect me personally, and anything, whether it's for the actual system or any other questions or collaboration opportunities that you guys might think of.
Great. Then thanks a lot, and yeah, see you soon.
I'll see you.
Great. So
Yes,
now let's say we started with investments and analytics and so on. Now things become a little bit more tangible, so to speak. We're going in the direction of machinery, tractors, and so on. Pleasure. Almost a decade in Japan, and the Kubota brand there is very present, to say the least. So it's very cool to have one here now at this AgriTech event. So with us on the stage, I would like to welcome Daria. So let's hope this works. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Daria.
Yeah, everything
Do you
works.
hear me well?
Yes.
Good.
No
Nice to see
background
you.
noise, no nothing.
Yes, great. Good. Nice to see you. Thank you for having me today.
Perfect.
Thanks for making the time.
When it comes to the presentation, I see you have it already. So if you could switch over to the slides you're gonna show, we will still be, excellent. Perfect. So if you go full screen, great.
Yeah, good. You see it and you hear me well. correct?
Yes.
Good. Thank you. Should I start already?
Yes, let's get started. We meet later in the Q&A session.
Good. Thank you.
Good.
If there is any question or something, please tell me. I hope that connection will be good. Sometimes I have interruptions, so let's see. Thank you one more time for having me today. I'm presenting today here Kubota Innovation Center. We are based in Europe, in Netherlands, close to Amsterdam. And today I would like to talk about you several things. Maybe first a short introduction from my side. I have an experience in digital innovation and business transformation while working in different organizations in Europe, and mainly focusing on solving gaps and challenges through the technology and actually through the business model innovation as a main tool. In Kubota Innovation Center, I lead business model innovation and commercial partnerships with startups as well as joint development, where we actually collaborating as much as possible with the ecosystem towards the future sustainability. Kubota is well known as one of the leading OEM manufacturers, quite active in the agriculture sector, which is a major for us, and I will comment on that in a minute. And I'm also, while our innovation center acts as a venture arm of the group, so we are investing in promising startups in specialty crops, vineyards, orchards, and vegetables, and hay and forage and indoor farming for now. Maybe a couple of words about Kubota. So we have roots in Japan. Our headquarters is based in Osaka. And as you can see, we are presented in the water and environment and farm and industrial machinery sectors. The second one is the leading for us, where we are deploying everything today from the tractor to robots, and very much looking into the possibilities that advanced technologies are opening for farmers specifically. But our main focus is on the farmer sustainability and well-being. So we're looking for technologies that could impact on that points. Why it's like this? Because let's say the more than customer value creation and optimization of cost is a joint effort. And here technology and digitalization is enabler, where the value is created jointly together with the customer. So that's why Kubota is very much focusing on this transformation, digital transformation path, while utilizing advanced technologies and adopting them across the value chain. I would like to talk today about a couple of things. First of all, let's talk about trends, actually, which are driving these changes. And today, AI conference is very much focusing on part of it, but I would like to talk about what's behind. I would like to share what we are exactly doing in Innovation Center, what's our mission, and then I would like to tackle several cases through our investment portfolio and show good examples of how artificial intelligence, machine learning, and so on can support farmers, what it can do. So first of all, about the macro drivers and things that are changing the reality. As we see now, farmers are facing the highest pressure across the value chain in terms of the expectations to feed the growing population. And also, on another side, we see that costs for environmental costs are increasing, and our, let's say, vision towards the water usage or other like soil usage is changing drastically due to the changes that were climate changes or other aspects of the environmental changes we're facing. And therefore, let's say that there is even more higher pressure towards that to be more sustainable, not only from the business point of view, but from the production and environment point of view. The food safety is another topic that basically, as a driver from the consumer's behavior, when they are expecting to know, you and me are expecting to know what we are eating, driving these changes as well, so that the less pesticides are used or less chemicals are used. And the last but not the least is the technology which is enabling practices that were not possible some years ago. In this case, I'm talking here about the declining cost for sensors, which are also driving quite a lot of this new development of AgTech. If we're talking about Gartner curve, which I think is quite well known in this case, we see that machine learning specifically is on hype now, on a peak. And specifically, this means that there are more and more cases on the market where it could be applied. And that's why from the beginning I said that, yes, it's nice to talk about the technology itself, but it's always good to know what it means as a value, what it enables. And there is a quite high expectation towards this technology right now in the agriculture sector. And the reason, from my point of view, is that more and more clear cases are coming, and there are options how to actually change the farming practice. What it means that data collection, data acquisition is becoming a crucial part of the actual farming practices, where from different layers, you can collect the data and then apply it towards the task that farmers should deploy. And then it really depends how machine can benefit out of this and how the farmer can benefit out of this. But there is no doubt that it becomes a new normal for all of us in terms of farming practices. So in the future, it's hard to imagine that it will be without analysis and decision support during the growing season. What it also means in terms of the ecosystem and in terms of, let's say, changes that all of us are facing is that agriculture sector, AgTech sector in agriculture sector is becoming quite visible. It's not the early stage more. It's clear that there is an increase in investment for over 370% from 2013 to 2019, and it's more than 26 billions in investment now. So following this, let's say, revolution and changing farming practices is quite crucial to define the gaps that farmers are facing and that they want to improve. What means Kubota Open Innovation in this case? So we'll see this innovation alongside of the food value chain, due to the point that it's not more also just the farming practice. It's an inclusive process driving the food safety, driving sustainability, environment sustainability, and farmers sustainability. So our role as open innovation as a player in open innovation is to move towards this vision and let's say define the critical aspects of farmers' business and support them to make them that they are able to achieve well-being and sustainability within their operations. Specifically in Japan, Kubota role is to expand in a different part of the value chain, from production to processing, and support these operations within the different tools. So provide a farmer and enable a farmer to deploy this task more efficiently, to reach higher yields, to optimize cost, and so on. And I will talk about this today. So therefore, Kubota established several innovation centers across the globe in Japan, and in Silicon Valley, so that we focusing on these partnerships, due to the point that there are so many good partners in the ecosystem that could drive these changes together. And through innovation centers, we're exploring these formats of cooperation, which are not limited only to the investments, but also development and partnerships, when we are providing access to our customers and to our dealers, and together boosting the adoption of these advanced technologies and supporting this adoption. So here are some examples of our investment portfolio, and I will talk about some of them today, since they are targeting the main topic of the conference. And one of them is the TrapView, an automated pest monitoring system. Second is a C3. We will talk about the Israeli company, which is combining different layers of data to basically impact on the productivity of the farm. To influence on the productivity of the farm. And then the last but not the least is Pessl Robotics, which is a picker, apple picker. And we will talk about these issues dedicated to the labor shortage. All of these companies are utilizing artificial intelligence and machine learning and some other technologies to leverage the potential and to enable or unlock the value that farmer could reach through the data acquisition or specific applications. And that's what I would like to talk about right now. So the first case is about the TrapView. This is a Slovenian company, and the topic that they're covering is dedicated to the pest monitoring and control, due to the point that this issue causes up to 14% of the losses in yield. And different type of pesticides are utilized, and some colleagues today also during the previous presentations, they mentioned that quite often it's not clear how effective it is. Then there is a sort of changes occurring due to the resistance to these pesticides, and so on and so on. So it's good to have a clear picture on actually what works, what not. And it's good to enable a farmer to control this aspect of his activities. And therefore, Kubota invested in a TrapView, and this technology is very much focusing on, let's say, enabling this remote monitoring and control through the following solution. So you have a trap that you can see here, the green one, a quite simple device, while it's not so simple due to the point that it collects the real-time data from different type of locations of the farmer and do it autonomously. And then the data is processed in the cloud and analyzed. And through that type of data, there is a possibility to create analysis towards the pest population, do the forecast specifically, and understand the difference between the different locations, due to the point that quite often plots are located in different areas. And such a technology is now utilized on over let's say, used for over 12 millions of tons of food, produced food. And basically the focus there is through the algorithms, through the autonomous and real-time monitoring to inform farmer on the pest pressure. Currently, how they are doing it, they are simply scouting and doing manually, and thanks to the human checkups, they consider what's going on. But you can imagine that it's a quite time-consuming task, and also human factor in terms of errors is quite high in this case. So therefore, the technology is enabling such new farming practices when decisions are taken according to the historical data and according to the real-time data. benefits. And here we answer on the question how technology can help farmers, quite clear. So thanks to the better application, instead of manual scouting, you leverage and you make lower production costs. Then as well as the, let's say, better analysis and possibility to impact on the higher quality standards, you achieve higher yield. And then last but not the least, the risk assessment. So you can imagine that you are now informed and you can be proactive in your actions and provide better analysis and accurate analysis towards the, let's say, utilize pesticides and wrong or right decisions that you did according to them, what you used and how you used. That was the first case. The second one is from another company, which is called C3. It's also from our investment portfolio. It's an Israel company. And the case here that we're dealing with is that the farmer well-being, the farmer sustainability depends from a lot of factors. In general, it's a quite common fact that farmers' incomes in Europe are facing high pressure. And therefore, each option which is enabling higher profit or higher yield expectation are welcome. So then you can plan better the logistics, you can have more proper contracts with the downstream players, and basically impact or contribute to enhancement of the efficiency. What this technology is doing in terms of the monitoring of the tree health. First of all, it's a combination of the different data layers provided from the aerial and ground and boots on the ground sources. And then this data is interpreted again through the cloud in terms of the, for example, such cases as missing trees or underperforming trees, which are identified thanks to algorithms. And then, for example, you counting fruits per tree as well to predict the yield and to plan the further steps in your activities. And you have that months in advance, which is basically allowing you to also to structure your activities better. And it's not only about the planning. And now I will talk about maybe the benefits, the production cost. There is a high potential. So such a technology, such as startups, are reducing operational expenses up to 40%. And then predicting yield is a crucial, let's say, enabling factor to the farmer to have a personalized cultivation plans, so that they understand what's going on the farm and basically what's happening, and they respond to it rationally, not afterwards. So much more in advance. And since we're talking about tools that enabling productivity, this is one of the most best examples in that case, when technology like machine learning and advanced algorithms could enable this productivity, because they unlock the data potential for the farmer and showing the way how to apply it. Then the last but not the least is flying autonomous robot or drone. It's called Pessl. It's also an Israeli company from Kubota portfolio. And beside of the a couple of issues that I mentioned before, like pest management and yield prediction in terms of that facing issues with the income, there is another quite significant change that could happen in the future, and it's dedicated to the such a challenge as a shortage, global shortage of labor, specifically for fruit pickers. It's not only the result of the COVID-19 and travel restrictions there, but in general, the changing conditions for the farming. And then what's happening logically now is that fruits are left and then they are not sold, or they sold under worse conditions. And such a solution where the robot is utilizing the algorithms could be a complementary solution for the picking, for harvesting, due to the point that it's actually on one side supporting operations anywhere, anytime, but on another side is quite accurate in terms of the defining the fruit readiness. So how it works, robot which is able to work 24/7, as you can imagine, picking the ripe fruits while identifying these ripe fruits first of all. It uses perception algorithms to locate trees so that it can guide itself towards the target. And then the vision algorithms, thanks to vision algorithms, it detects fruits among the foliage, so and classify them and then pick them according to the ripeness as well. So such a technology actually you can imagine that it can enable many cases, but one of the most important among them is basically to tackle the labor shortage specifically as a total solution. If we're talking about the benefits, and this is one of my last slides, that we are talking about getting back control, so that control is back in the hands of fruit farmers, so that they can plan the harvesting with reliable and at low cost, and have a quite, let's say, easy planning in that case. As I mentioned, the robot could be available anywhere, anytime, and at any location where it's needed. And then we're talking about any kind of orchards specifically to apply such a technology. That was it from my side. Now I'm open for questions. I guess it's much better if I stop sharing the screen.
Yes. Thanks so much, Daria. Yeah, I think this was really a great overview on the Kubota Innovation Center, and we've already received a first question for you, so I'll go ahead with that. And the question is, what do you see as the biggest hurdle for introducing autonomous tractors and farming equipment regarding regulation, cost efficiency, and so on?
A very good question. Thank you for asking it. I think it's a combination of factors. So we're not talking about a single factor in this case. Some countries are more advanced in adoption, like for example Germany, and the cost is actually, it's about the type of machines that need to be autonomous. And then it's a good question here, what kind of task this machine is actually delivering. So you're talking about the efficiency while comparing this autonomous machine tractor with the existing way how farmers are doing it. But of course, this is, let's say the technology, it's a future itself. Then the question is only how combination of these factors will happen and where, so that the first cases will take off from there, and that there will be a opportunity to bring it as a mass product. Specifically for us, we're testing some concepts in Japan, and also working towards this type of solutions, since we recognize the demand from the market in terms of the labor shortage once again, and in terms of the, let's say, capabilities that such technology could bring to the farmer, you know, to deliver something more accurate, some more tasks more accurate.
Okay. Thanks a lot for that answer, and thanks a lot again for your talk. And I think if I look on the agenda, we've almost caught up with our delay, so that's good. So thanks a lot for your talk, and anyone who wants to get in touch with Daria just via B2Match, you can organize a meeting with her. So Daria, thanks a lot again for sharing your thoughts, and yeah, have fun at the rest of the conference.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Have a nice conference as well.
Thank you. Great. So I'm looking forward already to our next speaker from Austria, Gottfried Pessl, who's gonna give us a keynote on smart sensors, higher yield data-driven tech made in Austria, and how weather data, irrigation data, different kinds of data can be used to generate a profit. And Pessl Instruments is actually, I looked it up yesterday, even older than myself. So in 1984, they already started working on different disease prediction software or electronics back then. So quite the journey to today. I think Gottfried has a lot to tell us, and I would like to welcome him on the stage.
Thank you very much, Pia. It's a pleasure to be here. It's good to hear that the Austrians are able to organize such nice conferences. Normally I speak on international conferences, and it's an international conference, I see. Yeah, thank you for inviting me, and it's a real pleasure to give you a little bit of an overview of our product range, which is quite vast. And I thank also Daria that she gave a very nice introduction, because lots of the things she showed we are doing. We are also in that range of IoTs. Basically, IoT for us is nothing new. It's existing almost, I would say, since 2004. There was still no word for that technology at that time. There was no iPhone invented, and the internet was just barely existing, no? And yeah, what I like to speak about it, give you a little bit of an overview where Pessl Instruments stands, what we are doing, and also how we connect the different IoTs and bring that technology into actionable information. And at the end of the day, we're talking about farmers. It's a return on investment, because one thing you should know that what the farmer does not need is more work with this IoT. So the most important thing for a farmer is that this technology which we make is useful and bring a real return on investment. And yeah, I just start here a little bit.
I think I'll see you in the questions then afterwards. So the stage is yours. Thanks.
All right. Yeah, so basically what we do is Metos is and the company Pessl Instruments, the brand is Metos, is active in various segments. The most important one for us is, of course, the agriculture segment, but we also do work in hydroponics and greenhouse industry. But recently we also moved into the landscape and turf park industry, and that leads also to smart city. And recently, about 2 years ago or 3 years ago, we restarted the animal welfare journey. We had a product about 20 years ago, but it was really too early at that time. But now we have also some products which are used in this industry. And naturally, some of the products are used in research and in general meteorology. Just a few facts about Pessl Instruments. We are a global player, headquartered in Austria. We have a team of plant pathologists, satellite experts, entomologists, modelers, software and hardware developers sitting in Weiz in the southern part of Austria. And here we have also a software team sitting in India, in Hyderabad, where we have our app development, and all the products are, let's say, produced either in Austria or in California at the moment. We have as every manufacturer right now, we have our supply chain problems at the moment where we don't know if we get the stuff, but at the end of the day, we hope that this year will be going well. We have in-house capacity of let's say bringing IoT in actionable information. Right now, we have approximately 80,000 connected devices with more than 1 million sensors. So that's just and also in terms of footprint, we have 16 affiliates, and then we operate with partners, because one thing we know for sure, if we work in IoT, the device or the Internet of Things will die, but we don't know when. So we need to have somebody local helping us in order to have a post-sales service set up. So that's the reason we have our own, let's say, affiliates in the most important countries. But of course, we have also partners, reliable partners, trained partners in others. As Daria said, and that's already, I've noticed this from other speakers as well, we see that we need to be in an ecosystem. And this ecosystem is getting vaster every day. So we are a company which is very collaborative. We operate with our APIs with more than 500 different companies and co-ops. We have interface partners starting from the John Deeres of the world through to startups like Agrivi and so forth, but also into the let's say brand protection and fertilizer world. We operate almost with everyone in that industry, and then of course we operate also with partners in the let's say OEM industry, from Bosch, FarmBeats, from Microsoft, as well. We're also in various research projects, European research projects. I think we did in the past 10 years about 20 different research projects in that field. Where farming it takes place, there is not an iMetos or a Metos far away. So we are on all 5 continents. So what's behind the system? What's behind the curtain? We have the IoT stuff, which is sitting in the field, which is normally based on either a solar panel or on a lithium-ion battery. And then this unit connects via various ways to the internet. The most, let's say, frequent way nowadays is using the NB-IoT or CAT-M or GPRS connectivity, which is provided by the cell companies. That's a world connectivity. Then we have our firmware, which takes care for all the data gathering of the various sensors. Then we have the communication protocol, which then connects to the cloud. And then we have on the other end we have our field climate cloud storage, where you have all the computation, back end, front end sitting, and then you have the API, which connects to the various end devices, from the smartphone to the mobile to the tablet, and of course to the computer. And so this is the back end. And but it's like if you buy a car, you're not interested in what's under the hood. What you're interested is what you get out of it. No? And that's why I think we differentiate to many of the startups. We understand agriculture. We know what is the problem of the farm. So we produce IoT decision support system. We are in soil analytics. We've developed over the last 8 years a device called MobileUp, which really revolutionized the way soil and sap analytics can be taken on farm. We operate in the irrigation field, from soil moisture monitoring to automation. And last but not least, we are going and help with workforce management. So help the farmer to use the workforce in the best optimal way. And at the end of the day, we want that the farmer is going to use the right inputs in the right moment, and also have the security, because farming, as you all know, is a very risky business. So we see that from the holistic, let's say, holistic way. Based on that, we have in the center our field climate platform, as I said, with the different ways of communicating to the outside world. And then at the outer outer ring, we have the various IoTs, which I don't go closely into it because I think Daria explained already a lot how this is working. So we have in-field monitoring, we have disease forecasting, we have crop monitors, we have insect counters, insect traps, and then we have the soil analytics, fertility monitor, storage, and GPS workforce tracking, where the farmer is, let's say, using the technology, is really getting this information automatically in his mobile phone, into his smartphone. Actionable warnings about frost, which we heard before, about let's say automatic of irrigation, and of course plant protection, and accessibility of fields with autonomous tractors. For that, we've designed the last years, and we are renovating every moment our technology. Just today we launched, have a big launch of a new generation of IoTs, which we call nanometers, which you see here on the left start end. So this is going to connect every field in real time, low cost, very reliable, and having the most essential sensors which you need, which is temperature, humidity, rainfall, and also soil temperature and leaf wetness and soil moisture. And then we can climb up the ladder in different ways, from more bigger systems to complete flexible systems, but also we move into the spraying side. So that means machines which are either at the edge of the field when you are spraying a field, that you have got this information automatically. What is the current weather right now, or when you are spraying a field, what you put this system before you spray, so that you have the weather before, during, and after the spray, as well as with some the rainfall data, because that's very important. If there is a thunderstorm coming and charging of the rain on that particular field, you should be informed. So if I have this information ahead of time, or let's say immediately after I've done my work, I can fix this without any further problem. And then we are also moving our devices on the machines. So we have a product which we call it Metals AOS. It's called Application Optimization System, which measures the ultrasonic wind speed and wind direction on the sprayer or on the vehicle, and then connect this with the EaserBus into the system of the sprayer, and then it can automatically adjust the spray pattern based on the climatological data, but also on the different phenology of the crop. Last but not least, here on that side, it's also the tracking system, and tracking is also getting more and more important, because we can bring every machine, tractor, implement automatically on the internet, even if the tractor is 50 years old, and bring it also into the operation center, for example, of John Deere, or into other platforms. So here I'm explaining you a little bit more in detail our tracking system. So you have this on any tractor even the oldest one, but also the most modern ones. We see also that some of the big tractors, which they are already coming with the GPS system, they put a tracker anywhere there because it's so simple. It just needs a power supply from the battery. It charges. We have the beacon on the machine, and every machine has a beacon, and when they are going to be used by any tractor of that farm, they automatically connect, they automatically pair each other, and then you know exactly where your machine is going, what is the speed, what is the position, what are the potential things to take care regarding preventative maintenance and so forth. And of course, you have the full traceability of every work you have done. You can see this here. So that's what I said before. What the farmer does not need for sure is additional work. This is something, it's like completely automatic, start the tractor, move the field, and you get this picture you see here, where it has been, what has been done, and what work has been executed. And of course, with the combination of weather data, at what weather conditions you have done this work. Insect trapping, we are doing this since more than 10 years now, fully automatic. We have been also involved in the trap view in the past. I think we were one of the founding members of that company. So we are doing it a little bit different. We have a high resolution camera, 10 megapixel, and we have also an algorithm in the back end, which goes down to the order level of insects. So we have a high precise recognition system, and also we interface also here with other companies like Xarvio on that side. And we also have an app where the same technology you can use without the IoT in the field, just using your mobile phone, and your mobile phone becomes the insect trap in this case. And you can use any standard traps which are in the field, and use your mobile phone and get your pictures, and then the analytics is done. We also do computer vision, very similar technology to our iScout, and also here we're doing the automatic recognition of the phenological stage of the crop. But also, for example, we can follow apples or kiwis or any other crop, and can say what is the potential yield, how much growth you have every week on the crop, and combined with the data from the weather and from the soil moisture, we can create some additional insights. Here you can see this. It's used in research. It's used in practical farms. It's used in merchandising and many other applications. We can see a crop view is used. Water management. We heard already how important water is for agriculture. But in general, we are facing quite some water shortages especially in California, but also in the Mediterranean area. So precisely measure the soil moisture and understanding how much water is available in the different root zones is critically important for optimizing the use of irrigation system, and also to have the best crop and the best tasty crop with at least less inputs. So we operate here various soil moisture sensors. We have water balance modules where we can calculate the evapotranspiration, and of course we also can monitor the fertilizer tanks, the reservoirs. We understand how much water is in the lakes. We can also monitor the irrigation system. What is the irrigation system? The performance of the irrigation system, if there are leakages, and all this kind of process control. A product we have been involved for the last, I would say, 35 years. And this is where the company has been started to forecast the prevalence of diseases, and especially here we started in Styria with apple scab and downy mildew in the wine industry. We heard that I'm also a passionate wine drinker, and we have thousands and thousands of clients in the wine industry worldwide, and so we prevent here farmers to get problems with fungal diseases. And this is, of course, based very much on AI, on decision support systems, where an infestation can take place, and then, of course, you can spray and operate the product you need to apply on the crop. So just give you a little bit of an overview. We operate in 40 different crops. We have climate zones in 20 different climate zones. We operate with over 700,000 different settings of the disease forecast, and we operate, let's say, here globally, and also have collaborations with various research institutes and so forth. But we are not only measuring on the ground, we're using also the Sentinel satellite constellation to help the farmer to understand what's going on the bigger picture. So we can bring down the satellite images from Sentinel, brings it down to 10 by 10 meters, and we have some algorithms which can help the farmer to see where potential problems are available or are seeable in on the slide, and then we can send the farmer with a quad or whatever there to analyze what the problem is. Can be an insect issue, can be a nutritionist issue, and so forth. Then we have also some apps which I just mentioned here. One which was acquired last year from a Dutch startup called Solentum, and here it's potatoes, but it can be also other crops. So you just in the past you had to dig out potatoes, bring it to the farm, and then weigh the potatoes, and then also manually count the calibration of the potatoes. In this case, with our soil grader app, you just dig out a meter of potatoes, put it on a mat of approximately 70 centimeters to 30 centimeters, and then take a picture with your mobile phone, and the mobile phone will tell you exactly what are the calibration of the potatoes right now, and then also the potential yield you are expecting on that field. Last but not least, I think very important is also the storage. So we also have, and that's the same company we acquired last year, is called Soil Grader, or with Blue Potato, and here we measure from the field where we start the journey of that blue potato, and bring it to the storage, and it will monitor permanently the temperature, humidity, and CO2 level, and communicate this to the farmer or to the manager. And bring it all together. It's quite a complex product gathering. So we have plant nutrition, we have field accessibility, we have tillability, sowing window, plant protection, harvest window, and all this, and also grass fire danger index. It's very much weather related, and this means that with your own nanometers in your field, you get this information right on your smartphone and in real time, and then time is still okay to do the right decision. So then we have the reporting tools, the notification tools, as you can expect nowadays from modern back-end applications. Here, this shows you, as we had this potato application shown, I show you here all the products which we have in the potato industry, and that starts from a simple weather station, which measures the rainfall, until the complete storage monitoring, which does let's say the full control and avoids food losses. Because very important also to know that a lot of things are happening not on the farm. Food losses are happening in the storage, but of course, as we all know, food losses happen in our own fridges. No? And so to sum up here, work planning, fertilization, irrigation, harvesting, and disease prediction are our core products now. And I invite you also to this journey about APIs. So our API is available for use cases, for various use cases, and there is a free version, but there's also a paid version where we have performance interfaces, various performance interfaces. So we have the Xarvio partnership, as I mentioned already. So we are working directly into a one single sign-on, like LinkedIn or other Facebook LinkedIn works. So once you have a weather station from us, you can also have an interface into Xarvio, and you don't need to have twice entering your password, as long as you confirm with the data policy of us. The same is with the John Deere Operations Center. We are a completely unbiased company, so there's no capital from any of the big players in Pessl Instruments. We, on the other side, we are considered as a independent company. And the reason where many companies love to work with us, because the data is safe. There is no way that the data leaks out from our end. Yeah, so that's my presentation. I think very simple in 4 words, basically, or in 4 sentences. Reduce the risk for the farmer. Do it fully automatic without giving the farmer extra trouble to get the data, and also try to make the double entry as little as possible, so that we provide this data throughout our partner chain, and of course reduce food losses and better storage and so forth. At the end of the day, sustainability, sustainability, sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well, Gottfried. What an impressive presentation. It's great to see an Austrian application being applied so worldwide in so many locations. Really great to see. We've already received 2 questions, and I would hand them over to you, Gottfried. First one is, what's the difference between your devices and data loggers? Or is there one?
Yeah, data log is maybe the old way of calling a device in the field. We call it now devices, because devices are connected to the internet. There's no question. There is only the connectivity to the internet, and data loggers used to connect also through the PC over serial interfaces. So I think that's the difference.
Okay, thanks a lot. And then we had a second question, which is, how do you deal with the obstacles, moisture for avoiding rusts, weather changes for avoiding interferences, and so on, for long-term real-time use of your sensors?
That's a very good question. I think, as I said in the beginning, what we are not sure when the device will die. No, so normally, and we have the experience. We have devices which are in the field, which are permanently monitoring soil moisture for 20 years plus. We have some long-term study in Südtirol where we measured exciting impacts on soil moisture because when we're talking about environmental impacts on climate change, 2 years are not enough. So we need to have years and 10 years, 20 years of data. And so the soil moisture system normally is deployed and it should last there for 20 years. That's not a problem. But important is, of course, that you service it and you don't leave it completely alone. No?
Okay. Well, thanks a lot for answering the questions. Thanks a lot for taking the time for your presentation today. So I think if there are no more questions, yeah, I guess then if you still have some, as said before, go to B2Match. You can organize meetings with Gottfried, ask him any questions there. And Gottfried, any last words from your side?
Thank you very much. That's good. I will be available in case, or it can be also that I'm not available. Then we can do it outside of the meeting platform as well.
Sounds good.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Gottfried. So we are now having a bit of a moderating change, and I would also like to welcome Johannes Müller to the stage. I already introduced Tech House a bit in the beginning if you were already early on in the conference, and I'm happy to welcome him here now in person or via video stream at least. Hello, Johannes.
Hi, Pia. Thank you so much for having me.
So at this point, I would also like to mention our workshops to everyone again. So from 2:30 to 3 p.m., we actually have a workshop led by me from the Digital Innovation Hub Innovate. So you're happy to join there to learn about how to work together with the Digital Innovation Hub. And from 3 to 3:30 p.m., you can get in touch with the Smart Agri Hub initiative, which is a European initiative also working on digitalization in the agriculture space. Please be aware that for those workshops, you need to apply on the B2Match platform. There's a Microsoft Teams link there. So those workshops will not take place here in this streaming format, but they're separate via Microsoft Teams meeting to allow for more interaction there. Yeah, so happy to see some of you there at the workshop. And Johannes, over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Pia. And actually, I'm really excited about these workshops that will follow as well, because it just will show how we can turn all these great initiatives, all these great ideas that we're talking about here also into action. And since we mentioned it in the beginning that this is an international or truly global conference, we're actually jumping across the big pond right now. Since we had Gottfried from Austria, we will actually now go to Florida, where Marta Montoya is based. She just got off a plane and will tell us a little bit more about how data and insights can change the food supply chain and procurement. So Marta, if you are already available, I would hand over to you. Awesome. There we go. Straight off the plane. Thank you so much for being with us. I'll hand over to you and looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you. And Johannes, hopefully you will be able to see Gustavo, my brother, and our CTO, and maybe you can bring him in. If not, I can start as we go.
There we go. Gustavo should be there as well. I just see the green screen so far, but that should be fixed.
I am here. I just don't know why the screen doesn't show me, but that's I've been trying the technical issue there.
Okay, but we trust that we hide him in plain sight. Exactly. All right. Thank you so much, guys, and I'll let you do your stuff.
Thank you. So thank you, Johannes. So we are Gustavo Montoya and Marta Montoya. Gustavo will show up somewhere in the future. Gustavo is our CTO, and he's based in a city called Wenatchee, Washington, which is out of Seattle, I would say an hour and a half, 2 hours. It's called the capital of the Apple world. It's where all the apples from Washington come from in the United States, and happens to be also a hub of technology, believe it or not, mainly because we have the Columbia River, and the Columbia River coming down has a lot of wonderful power, and you could see a lot of the data centers. Gustavo will tell you a little bit about it, because it's interesting to see how transformation of who we all are, engineering and all is happening, even in small towns. So Gustavo, why don't you introduce yourself a little bit and tell us a little bit about Wenatchee and how we're hiring the engineers there for this whole data center and what we're doing.
Thank you, Martha. I think I got the camera finally working. It's a pleasure to be with all of you today. Yes, I live on the second most western state of the United States. So Alaska goes in first, then goes Washington State. We're about 2 hours from the Seattle area. So I happen to live in the Silicon Forest for the Seattle area, so many tech companies are, and the Eastern Washington side, which is a very ag-oriented. My background is and has been in technology all my life. My passion was databases and database architecture. I've worked already in 8 industries, and the last one for the last 3 years, working with Martha. And yes, she happens to be my sister. And it has been a really blessing to be part of the ag industry over these last 12 years. I have worked with the other 8 industries, which have summed up to really understand how supply chain works and to be very agile in our way of developing our software as a service with the many changes of the ag industry as they take place, to be very agile with databases that are really agile and easy to work with in a very hyper changing market for us.
And Wenatchee in particular, Gustavo, became important in the region, and that's how we're hiring our engineers for what we're doing, which I'll give them a little bit of what we are in a minute, but I'd like them to see how a rural area becomes such a hub of technology.
Yeah, it's very interesting for us here in the Columbia Basin. So the Columbia River that goes all across Eastern Washington down to Oregon and then to the Pacific has become a very strong hub for data centers. And that's because power, through hydropower, it makes it very inexpensive for powering the many server farms that we have here. So it's interesting that not only we have farms for real agriculture, but we also have farms for actually servers sitting here with thousands and thousands of them. That has kind of given us an interesting approach to the ag industry in that we can see how they're merging in the use of that technology for the proper, from farming, ag precision to everything that has to do with market-driven data.
And with that, I am based in California, which is one of the most interesting and hubs of the specialty crop industry among all of them. And sitting on the California Department of Food and Ag, I have been a witness on the last 6 years, besides my 30 years of experience, on how the transformation of the industry through the technology and the automatization. From the farmers and the hardworking workers all the way to now having the robots trying to harvest the fruits, whether it's in California with strawberries or whether it's in Washington State with apples. And with that, we can start a little bit of the presentation. We have, I don't know if Gustavo is able to put a slide, but what we want to discuss is what very few people have understood through the years, and it's the fact that the ag industry should be looked into a completely different, from a different perspective. We all have been for the many years and traveling the world and developing crops. We have seen that we are very linear of how we think about supply chain, and very few people have understood that ag is not a linear system. It's actually, we call it a highway instead of a freeway, and has changed throughout the years. So there's a paradigm, and Gustavo can tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, so the paradigm shift that we see in our industry is that we're always thinking very sequential, and we no longer can afford to do that in a very fast-moving industry because there's undoubtedly many variables that affect the commercialization of the product. We always have thought that if we have to look at things in a linear way, and in an industry that has so many variables, we've definitely had a different approach on how to look at information. From the beginning, Martha, asked me to see how we could look at data in a different way, and to the passion of databases for me, it was very important to have a very approach of non-relational databases, because every time anybody, we look at the view from a global perspective, many different countries, many different regions, many different areas affect each location. And so what is key for one location is not key for another. In a relational database model approach, this sequential thinking really strains and constrains the ability for people to make decisions in a mass versa way. So by looking at it from a very, very no schema, no relational approach, then each data source, each region, each location, each person in the stakeholder supply chain can look at things in the way that they need to look at for that decision to take place.
So when you show the next screen, we love to put always a map and a human being, which in this case is a young kid, looking at the world. And we know that we all work very hard on the farms, but when it comes to what happens in the world comes and impact us. And we have a theory that there's 76 variables that impact at any time our farming, supply chain, agricultural food industry. And very few people will see it unless you talk to one of our grandparents who never used to have computers and had to continuously think with the brain fast. Let me understand what's going on in the next town. Let me see what's the weather pattern in the competitive region. Let me see how is the exchange rate impacting me. How is there a strike going to happen at the port? So when you start adding all these variables, all of a sudden you have a dynamic that it's important for us in the ground, the farmers, to understand, because it doesn't do good if you put a lot of the effort and the energy on saving or making the crops better, or saving the water, or making it more efficiently, or in fact growing more per yield, because when you go out to the market, something happens. And so give you a couple examples that has happened in the last couple even weeks or months. And it's the fact that, for example, on a blueberry production, blueberry production is worldwide now. And so all of a sudden, Argentina has a devaluation, and all of a sudden you start sending a lot of that blueberry to the market, which is impacting our grower in Detroit, Michigan, or in Spain. And so what happens is that the dynamic of that understanding is very hard to grasp fast for our farmers, because they are not in with the data, the system data that will provide them those alerts to be able to adjust to the crops. So one of my crops that I managed was navel oranges from California for one of the retailers. And as I was working with the farm on January, I would be very alert to find out what the weather patterns or anything happening in South Africa or Australia, because they would come into the market in the United States somewhere around May. But if there was a lot of good rain in South Africa, in Cape Town, in January, then I knew that the crops would be late, and therefore the vessels would be arriving into the United States late, which meant that we could extend the tree to produce more oranges longer until May. And the box, instead of charging $18 a box, we could charge $30 a box, because again, South Africa was late. But if we saw that there was not enough rain and they were going to come earlier into the market, we will manage the trees different to be able to cut that production faster, somewhere late April. So we would not be we would not be able to charge $18. We sometimes would get only $10. And to adjust that thinking into a farmer, it's a little bit harder, because the hope of a farmer is to extend the more.
Did we lose Martha?
I'm afraid Martha has some connection problems until she's back. Oh, she's back already. Okay. Hello, Martha. Welcome back.
I'm back again. So Gustavo, I think I lost you on the example, right?
Yes, maybe Gustavo, maybe I'll switch back to the slides and
then we put it back again.
Then we put it back again, yeah. Mm-hmm. Short intermission, sorry.
It's good, here we go. Is that the one? Do you guys see it?
That's the one. We see it. Thank you very much.
So we lost you there in that part that you were building that case scenario where some of these things can be prevented if we're paying attention to those variables.
Mhm.
And so another
Sure.
example
So
that
the oranges,
Go
the
ahead.
citrus, we were able to hear the citrus.
Yeah, you were talking about the citrus and how South Africa was coming early or late into a market that plays
Perfect.
had.
So the hardest part is to start adjusting us in the farming world to understand the market, to manage crops differently, and manage everything on the farm differently. So Gustavo, if you can show us a little bit of the tool on, for example, pineapple, where you could see the different areas of the dynamic of the thinking process of the brain, that would be great. I'm not sure if you
Okay.
can share that, but
I
if you
will.
do in the meantime.
Yeah, let me do that.
So again, our job today is to bring awareness, to try to convince the industry to don't stop thinking linear. And though many thought before COVID-19 that we had a good supply chain and very stable supply chain with some modifications, some changes, that was not the fact. For us, many of us who were on the ground before, we knew continuously that there was a potential fall on the supply chain. Another example for it was you're ready to ship all your apples to India, and all of a sudden there's a strike at the port. It's not all of a sudden. There's alert systems in the world that you can read, that you can analyze, that will tell you that potentially there's going to be a strike at the port, and therefore you're not going to be able to ship those apples. And then how do you adjust your crops ahead of time, 3 months, 6 months in advance? I can tell you that right now there's a talk about strikes, port strikes across the world by the unions. Are we ready to adjust ourselves on the crop? Are we able to adjust our crops? Are we able to adjust our shipments and our logistics? Those are the alert systems that we're talking about that could be done by our tool or can be individually, because I used to do it manually. I would clip all the newspapers. I will read all the articles. I will find out through the government what was going on to be able to potentially look into it. So Gustavo, if you tell us a little bit in general, how the brain divides, which is between the weather, the volumes, the news, even a holiday that will impact you.
Yes, so what we've done is centralize all these data in one place where any stakeholder in the supply chain can take a look at it. Growers can have a chance to look at actually not only the precision ag, the production centric view, but the market driven view, meaning what's imported where, what kind of volumes are coming in or out from other competing regions. The weather is key, obviously, for our industry, and being able to look at some of these in a quick view screen like this one here. So you have your Wenatchee location here, historical weather, origin and destination for ourselves or somebody else that is a partner in that I'm working with, or competing locations, location 1, 2, or 3, as different commodities may have different views, as Martha pointed out from the South Africa example. Then looking at the volume of production from a global perspective, USA or global, where you can actually see many other countries. In this case, I have pineapples. And so having those at a keystroke distance to view any historical volume production for any of these countries. So it's really, really easy now to have all of these information in front of you. So this is where the paradigm shift takes place, because we are not used to having this much information available into one location, and it could be overwhelming. But all of it is now available now that the brain adjusts. The challenge that we had with lack of information is now meeting an opportunity to look at information that is going to be more concise at the time that the decision is that is being made throughout that supply chain, from the beginning, that first mile that Martha talked about, all the way to the commercialization of the product, all the way to the end consumer. And so all of these key areas of widgets are customizable for each stakeholder in a way that is more perceived or more interest for that particular logistical or merchandiser, or again, the grower that is trying to place historical data on what is a better variety of their product in a different part of the world. The news is really...
So if we... Go ahead, Gustavo, the news. And that can be done with or without tool. And
yeah, the news is really key because, as Martha pointed out, we had a situation, for instance, in Washington State in 2015. She talked about the strikes, and the Port of Seattle had some issues way back at the beginning of the year. So a strike doesn't happen overnight, but there's seldom issues that are taking place that are picked up from very different news sources, and that's where the artificial intelligence and machine learning takes place. The understanding of some of these that could affect and add weights to those as things are progressing or escalating that can create a problem. So if many of these growers would have known that the escalation was taking place in June, then they would have been prepared to have a plan B on how they're going to ship those apples out to China as the port completely closed. So those are the news that you see here, but this is across the world. In this case, we're looking at all the pineapple news globally, so that many of these can be searched on many different issues: disease, labor, climate, forecast, very many different keywords that as growers all we think about when it comes out to some of these news. Go ahead, Martha.
I would say, I think you can hear me, right, Gustavo?
Yes.
Okay, so all to say today, as we walk out of the stage, I want everyone to walk out by thinking not of the tool ourselves as the tool, but the shifting of the paradigm on two areas. One, that as farmers and producers, we have to look more globally and more in with all these potential 76 variables. You can have your own variables, but we think 76 of them. And the second one is to convince our buyers, because at the end of the day, those buyers, whether it's the industrial buyers, retailer buyers, if they start understanding this whole shift, they will adjust the contracts. They will adjust how they buy from all of us in the farming area. They will adjust how they do the thinking process, especially because most of our buyers are now young, new generations that have never been on the farm, but they understand data. They raise with data, they think data. So when you plan any of the crops that you have, think about these variables. Don't concentrate just on the farm. Just focus on the 3 or 4 or 5 variables that can impact you at any time, that crop that will produce whatever that is. Or even the ranches, whether it's the cattle, whether it's the seafood. All of our farms across the world are impacted by all these variables. And so walking out of the stage, hopefully today, we will leave that in all of your minds, that the brain, our grandparents' brain used to think like that, all buyers used to think like that, but with the dynamics of the world and the changes, we became a freeway, and we need to readjust to think with a more open mind and many variables that will impact our supply chain. And everything starts, as I always say, on the ground, on our farms. Anything from you, Gustavo, to close on this?
I think that, no, you nicely mentioned all these items. There is definitely technology, and the shift is where we are always very production driven. Now we can add another layer that is complementary, which is market driven decisions, to your point.
Thank you. And I think that we're going to be almost done, but in the meantime, while I come up, if there's no questions, or if there are questions, we'll come up with a couple examples of some shifts that are happening right now. For example, in the world of lemons or citrus across the world, where the countries in Argentina and Chile and Peru are starting to send and deliver certain products that are much less expensive because of the exchange rate, and that is impacting everyone around. And also the weather patterns that are specific to the varieties that we all understand. A variety of blueberry in Chile is much different than a blueberry in Poland. How those production cycles impact us all in different types of the year, that will impact obviously us, our farmers, when they're deciding how much per yield, per crop, per hectare or acre will impact.
It's really interesting how your tool serves as a kind of compass in this ever so complexing world, and helps us catching up to the knowledge of our grandparents. I liked how you put that. And actually, we received a couple of questions. Maybe let's have a look at them. And by the way, you're still able to vote and ask further questions. There was a lot of information in your talk, but maybe let's take one or two questions. What is the feedback of your clients? Did you invest a lot in educating them in using your tool? Gustavo, what was your experience in working with your first clients?
I appreciate the question. It's a very good question. We are always listening to our clients because that is part of the success we've had. Our tagline to the question is see more, achieve more. So one of the feedback from the clients is like, wow, I didn't know this was all available. Had I had this information, now I can actually make decisions. So the shift is going into that area where, okay, let me help you connect the dots with these many pieces of data sets so that, you can make a much more, because it could become very overwhelming and it could become noise to many. And so the insightful part has to be concentrated on that. So that feedback will be to connect the dots. But once it's done, it's amazing how many folks are so experienced in the industry. They get it right away. Once they open up, once they're willing to change that paradigm shift thinking.
Exciting.
But to answer also, we have been hearing the feedback of the customers, and the tool and the thinking process has been adjusting not only the brains, but also the tool. And I always claim that we have a Volkswagen, not a Formula One, because all of us in the industry are starting to get into it. And so little by little, as we get more on board, they understand better, we make it even better. But they don't want to drive a Formula One, but their time, because you have to remember, this industry moves so fast that they don't have sometimes the time to start grasping, and eventually they do it. And when one of the questions is, do we educate them? All the time. That's we call it edu entertainment continuously.
And yeah, this is well known that many clients want to have a tool with no effort and total outcome from the very beginning. But interesting concept that you improve it with your clients. So there's the obvious question, because there was a lot of information. Will we have a recording of your session? We will have a look at it, and we will provide you with whatever Martha and Gustavo agree to share with you and send it to you after the conference. So to get that out of the way. And one just last question. Maybe you see the two questions. Well, the first one is probably, are clients in other regions of the world any different, to paraphrase it? And how big is your team? Please, maybe you want to answer them quickly.
So the question is, yes, the concept is completely applicable globally. That's part of the reason why we started with the US, but we expanded globally. The information from other regions and continents is key, because we are working a very global economy. And so decisions now definitely affect any region, anywhere in the world. And as far as the team goes, Martha, I don't have the last tally, but are we over 20 something now? You're in mute.
Oh, you're muted.
You're in mute.
Or maybe.
Yeah. So we are definitely over.
But we are at the 20.
Over 20, yes.
And they're all located at Washington State, or also?
So no, well, as Martha pointed out, we have folks in mostly our engineering team is in the Wenatchee area, Washington State, but we have team members all across the US and in the Americas as well.
So thank you so much, Martha and Gustavo, for joining us. Hope we will stay in touch with our community, and hope that you will be available for any further direct questions from our participants today and tomorrow.
We'll join into the sessions and connect with
Wonderful.
you and assist with any more questions that's coming.
Appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Gustavo.
And good afternoon.
Bye-bye. All right. And we move on with the program. We're a little bit behind, and I love to welcome on stage with me Johannes Müller from Tech House. Hello, Johannes. Can you hear us? He can hear us. He is muted.
Of course, I can hear you. And since Pia was so kind to introduce me earlier, I think the audience already knows who I am, and we can go straight to the people who actually have the amazing content for us.
Tell them what you told them. So what do we have up next?
So next up is actually a really interesting, really cool company. And the founder, and we're very happy to have the founder of the company with us, Nadav Bocher. I have to congratulate Nadav, first of all, because they just raised a massive multi-million-dollar round. They're based in Israel, but expanding globally. And I think Nadav has actually taken the time and is also talking to us from the States where he currently is, and will tell us more about the technology and what it can do for farmers all around the world.
So let's see if we have a connection to Nadav and get him on stage. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Or morning, whatever time zone you're in, Nadav.
Yeah, morning for me, good afternoon for you guys. Thank you for inviting me. It's good to be here.
Awesome.
Great. Then I would say the stage is yours for the next couple of minutes, and during your presentation, all our participants can ask questions via Slido or directly on LinkedIn, and we will try and answer them together with Nadav in the Q&A session, which follows up next.
Perfect. So again, thank you for inviting me. It's great to be here. And 1 second. What I thought is good for me to do is maybe to just kind of walk through the company presentation quickly, and you can kind of feel free to jump in if you have questions. And of course, I'm happy to elaborate afterwards. So I'm just going to quickly share my screen. Just confirm if you can see it.
Yeah, it's coming up. Maybe it takes 1 or 2 seconds. So the screen, not here yet. Maybe check again if we if you select the right window for the screen share. Oh, now we have something here.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, can you see it?
Yes, we got you. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. So I'll go through the deck quickly, but again, feel free to jump in if you have any questions. So for those of you who don't know Greeneye at all, I'll give kind of a very much high-level background. So as you mentioned, Greeneye is an Israeli-based company with a very clear mission, and that is to dramatically reduce chemical usage in agriculture while increasing productivity and profitability for farmers. So that's the main mission for the company, and that's what guides us in every development we've done so far and will do in the future. And the first challenge we're addressing as a company is helping farmers globally to be much more effective in their weed control practice. So as all of you know, weeds are one of the greatest threats for crop production. In the US, we're looking at crop production loss of more than $30 billion. And that's a huge threat. And as you know, the way farmers are actually dealing with this threat is what we call broadcast spraying. So they go on the field with their sprayer and they spray the entire field, 100% of the field. Although in many cases, the surface that is actually infested with weeds can be as small as 10%, 15%, and yet we go and spray the entire field time after time, season after season. And that's fundamentally what Greeneye is looking to change. So transitioning from this very, very wasteful practice to a very precise spraying application through artificial intelligence, right? So instead of washing the entire field with chemicals, how can we be very precise and spray only what we need to spray at the appropriate dosage? And that's what Greeneye is doing. So before I'll talk about the product and the technology, I would like to start analyzing the value of precision spraying from our perspective to farmers. So I think it comprises of 4 main pillars. So the first one is massive reduction in herbicide usage and herbicide cost, right? So by transitioning to this precise application, we can reduce 60 to 90% of non-residual herbicide usage. And that is a significant boost for farmers' profitability. The second element of it, which I think is equally as important, is not just reducing volume, it's also improving efficacy, right? So one of the global concern as far as weed control is resistance becoming a greater and greater threat all over the world. And what Greeneye is enabling farmers is to use better formulation, better crop protection product that were not affordable when the only option was go and spray the entire field. So when farmers can go and be extra precise and spray only the weeds, they can also consider using better product that they couldn't before that. And that is critical to manage resistance in an effective way, get better weed control, and ultimately higher productivity. The third value that we offer farmers is not just reducing volume and improving efficacy, it's also collecting an enormous amount of information. So I'll show our product in a second, but we put cameras on the sprayer, on the machine, and those cameras, in addition of activating the nozzles only when they see something, they collect an enormous amount of high-resolution intelligence and data from the entire field. So once the spraying application is over, we can offer multiple insights related to weeds in the field, like what type of weeds you have in the field, but also related to so many other aspects, right? About development of diseases and crop stress and irrigation and so many other things that our cameras can see and analyze. And of course, the last piece of it is the regulatory aspect. So Europe being a global pioneer in, with the recent Farm to Fork initiative, very ambitious goal of reducing 50% by 2030, but you see the same trend happening globally. And that puts a lot more pressure on farmers in one end and on crop protection manufacturers on the other end to really change their practice. And I think that is a huge boost for technologies like Greeneye. So this is how we look at the value proposition for precision spraying, and that's why we're so excited about this technology. And if I'll talk a little bit about the product itself, so what we've built in Greeneye is a system that turns every sprayer to a smart machine. So we are looking at the aftermarket segment, going to farmers and turning their existing machine into a smart one. And as you can see, our solution has some hardware component into it and software as well. So the hardware are the cameras that we are positioning across the boom. The cameras are positioned in such a way they're slightly ahead of the nozzle. And once they see something, they will automatically trigger the nozzle to spray it. Where, just to remind you, the default situation today is that all the nozzles are always open all the time. In our case, they are always closed unless something is being detected. And everything happened in real time in commercial travel speed of more than 20 kilometers an hour. Another thing to mention is that we have processor along the boom, so which means we don't need any connectivity. Nothing is going up to the cloud. Everything happens on the device itself, right? So it's critical, especially in agriculture, where in many situations you don't really have connectivity. You don't have the time to send something to the cloud. So everything happens on the machine itself. But really the unique part is the software, is the algorithms that enables us to make decisions at extremely high accuracy in commercial travel speed, whether it's on a pre-emergent situation or a post-emergent situation, which is, as you can imagine, far more complicated because now you have to differentiate the weeds from the crop and spray only the weeds. So this is a little bit about the product itself. We are entirely machine agnostic, so it doesn't matter. This is one of our commercial units that is currently running in Israel. Now we'll talk about it later. We're launching commercially in the US, different brands of machines. So we are not affected what type of machine you're running. We'll just integrate to this machine with our system and turn it into a smart one. So this is one of the, it's a bit technical, so I don't know if you want to spend too much time on this, but one of the features we added is a dual spraying system. So essentially enabling farmers to spray multiple herbicides at the same time. And that can be for several use cases. It can be to spray residual and non-residual separately. It can be to separate a certain crop protection, let's say for broadgrass weed and a certain for grass weeds. So not just to reduce volume, but also to improve the quality of the treatment of the spraying with our computer vision capabilities. This is a quick example. It's mostly related to the US market, but trying to quantify the benefits and how much we save for farmers. So this is kind of a typical herbicides program for corn farmers, and you can see that we save more than $28 per acre, not hectare, per acre. And you see how significant it is. And, you know, in corn and soybean, these are the two primary crops for us. Mostly those farmers are struggling with very low profitability, right? So that the notion that from day one we can save more than $28 per acre, it's an entirely game changer for their profitability. One thing to mention is the reality that we don't really see massive adoption of these technologies, although precision spraying is a topic of discussion that was very, you know, it's on the headlines for more than a decade. And the reason is the bottleneck is the technology. We're talking about a very complicated technology. Everything has to work in real time, in commercial travel speed. But more than anything else, everything has to meet very high expectations of farmers as far as performance, right? So farmers are taking a risk on this technology. And if you don't have a robust algorithms that can really ensure high accuracy, farmers will be hesitant to adopt this technology. So this is a quick sample of what we've done with some of the largest stakeholders in the industry. So the largest crop protection manufacturers, machine manufacturers, corporate farmers. And we ultimately wanted to evaluate three elements. One is the algorithm, the detection, and you can see the average from everything we've done, 5.7%, which is extremely high accuracy in real field condition and commercial travel speed. You can see below the slide breakdown between pre-emergence and post-emergence scenarios. The second thing is the efficacy, which is ultimately what really matters, right? So comparing the efficacy when you spray broadcast versus spray with Greeneye system, and you can see you're getting almost the same level of efficacy. But one thing to mention is that this result is when we compare apples to apples, so the identical chemistry. But what Greeneye can offer farmers is not use the identical chemistry, we use better chemistry. So if something, the efficacy will get better than this. And the last thing is really quantify the savings on the table. And we can, the average we've seen so far after running the machine for a long period of time is a reduction of more than 78% of herbicide consumption. And that is a game changer for so many levels, from a financial, economic standpoint, from an environmental standpoint, and so on. This is a little bit of a high-level overview on what we've done as a company. So started back in 2018 with this concept, and then 2019 doing it in a lab. 2020 we went for the first time out in the field on a small machine. 21 this summer we launched it commercially on the second generation, so integrated to the largest industrial machines working commercial travel speed. And essentially our upcoming exciting milestone is a commercial launch in the US just in about 2 months from now, in April of 2022. As far as competition, so I'm sure some of you seen a lot of different approaches. This is how we look at it from our perspective. We identify 4 different approaches that are trying to address the overuse of herbicides and offer different solutions. And it's important to mention they don't necessarily compete with one another, as they really after very different segments. So high level, I think the first one, and you see a lot of this coming out of the European market, is what we call zero herbicide approach. Right? So zero herbicide approach, what essentially says, I want to eliminate herbicides entirely and have alternative solutions like mechanical weeding, electricity, laser, whatnot. That could be extremely beneficial for the organic market or for specialty small farms, but that's not really applicable when you look at the broad acre market like corn and soybean, which Greeneye is addressing for multiple reasons. The second approach is what we call infrared technology. What you see right here. So infrared technology doesn't use computer vision. It's actually been commercialized for more than a decade now, mostly in Australia. And essentially what it does, it doesn't use a camera technology. It uses infrared to identify the chlorophyll, the green part of the plant. And if it sees it, it sprays it. The massive limitation of this technology is once the crop is in the ground, they cannot operate because they cannot differentiate between the crop and the weeds. So it's a very limited value proposition. Third approach that we see are companies that are trying to build the entire machine from scratch and essentially replacing farmers' existing sprayers. And Greeneye falls into the fourth bucket. So building a system that integrates to all type of machinery. And that's what we think for the market of broad acre market is the right approach. So if I look at a more detailed comparative analysis, I can talk about companies if you want, but the bottom line, I think there's 3 fundamental differences that sets Greeneye apart. First of all is the notion of building a system that integrates to all type of machines, focusing on the aftermarket. Secondly is the dual spraying system, which enables us to spray multiple herbicides at the same time. And lastly is the maturity of the tech, right? So having demonstrated such high accuracy of detection and classification and commercial travel speed. I think that's what sets Greeneye apart. So I mentioned our upcoming milestone. It's a commercial launch in the US, and that's something it's a huge milestone for us. So essentially being the first company to launch this technology commercially for green on brown and green on green in the US. We have already dozens of farmers that will use our machines in throughout the Midwest in about 2.5 months from now. And we've seen this overwhelming demand coming from the market, and that's, I think, the strongest evidence of how much farmers understand the value and are anticipating to use this technology and getting all the benefits it offers. So our focus right now is corn and soybean, as I mentioned, but from a technology standpoint, I mean, we could definitely customize, and we already are working on it, to additional crops. But the focus will remain the large, broad acre market. So it's less about, those specialty small crops. It's looking at I would say 5-7 largest row crops that are out there and customize our technology to those crops. We also, I think another important stakeholders are the crop protection manufacturers, right? So we've been working with them. Syngenta is also an investor in the company. And I think the intersection between crop protection and artificial intelligence is the future. And those companies understand at the highest level that their current business model of selling chemicals in volume is not sustainable because of regulations, because of resistance, because of the advancement of technology. And for that reason, they understand we are not a threat to them, we are a saving rope. And that's why we have very, very strategic collaborations with some of those companies, and we are very excited to announce some of them very, very soon. But I think this is really what it's all about. It's how can we offer farmers customized herbicides plan, let them save money and reduce usage, but at the same time improve efficacy and use a better product. And that's a synergy with those companies. Another interesting stakeholders are the OEM, the sprayer manufacturers. So I'm sure some of you are familiar with John Deere acquiring Blue River back in 2017. We just announced collaboration and investments from ACO, one of the largest OEMs in that field. And there's more to come very soon on our end with other partners in the machinery side. And I think that supports our scale up strategy. How can those OEMs understand that artificial intelligence will be a significant part of their machines? And that's why I think you see this high engagement. And I think that's a huge go-to-market and scale-up channel for us. So we spoke a lot about weeds in the last few minutes, herbicides and weeds, but for us, it's really just the tip of the iceberg. We think there's 3 channels to massively expand the value further even. The first one is on the application side, not just to be precise on how we spray herbicides, but also other inputs like fungicides and micronutrients and other chemicals that are all being applied today very wastefully, and we can change that with our technology. The second value expansion channel is on the enormous data we collect from the field, and how can we translate this to relevant insights like weed maps and crop stand count and detection of diseases and so much more. And the last really is the expansion to other crops. So for us, starting with weeds and herbicides, it's really just the beginning of a much, much bigger story of how we can treat our field at a plant level and be extremely efficient. So this is a little bit about our team. We are currently 25. We just announced another round of financing. So we are looking to grow the company very, very significantly in the coming months. Very diverse team coming from various backgrounds of data scientists, artificial intelligence, mechanical engineers, agronomy, business, working together towards this very, very important mission and goal. So hopefully it gave you some good background about the company, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nadav, for the presentation. Thank you so much for taking the time. And we'll actually jump right into the questions. First of all, how does the industry like reducing herbicides costs?
How does the industry like reducing? So I assume when you say the industry, you mean the crop protection manufacturers?
I guess so.
Yeah. So it's a very interesting question, but I think we spend a lot of time with those companies, all of them. And I mentioned Syngenta is an investor in the company, and we also have collaboration with other companies in that space. I think they simply understand they just don't have any other choice, right? especially if you look at the European market. That's they don't do it voluntarily. If they could, I'm sure that those companies would just stick to their existing model. It's selling volume, washing fields. It works really well, but that's simply not sustainable anymore, right? There's an enormous amount of pressure on those companies, and it's not just the regulatory, right? It's just simply those products don't work as well anymore because of resistance. So it's all come together for them to understand that, rethinking their business model is crucial, right? So you hear a lot the same music from those companies, and that is transitioning from a volume-based model to an outcome-based model, right? And I think you see BASF with their project with Bosch and Xarvio. That's a great indication of our crop protection manufacturers understand that and develop an in-house solution that reduces product, right? So I do think it's already something they fully understand and accept, and now they're just trying to find a way to reshape their business model to adapt to this new reality.
Yeah, talking about acceptance, here the second question. Can you please tell us how old farmers who don't have a younger generation of family members in the farms adjust to new technologies like that? Like, how do you bridge that gap to an old school generation of farming?
Yeah, so I think from our perspective, there's two levels here, right? So the actual integration of our system to your machine, whether you're a young or an older farmer, that really doesn't require you much. So our technician will come, we'll do the installation, and you don't have to do any, there's no maintenance on your end. We can actually control everything from far. So from a technology standpoint, that's not a barrier. I think what really indicates whether a farmer is suitable for Greeneye is whether he has the understanding of kind of the, I would say, how big of a threat weeds are. So you always have those group of farmers that will go for the cheapest crop protection product. And then you have this group of farmers, which is getting bigger and bigger, that understand that weeds are just a growing threat, and they want to improve their treatment. So these are the segments we are mostly focusing in. And luckily, we see the majority of farmers moving in that direction, right? Understanding that weeds are a huge threat. But from a technology standpoint, even if you're an old farmer, some of our current customers in the US are not young farmers at all. It doesn't really require anything from you.
So you just mentioned the acceptance, or groups that accept the technology rather sooner than later. Would you say that's also depending on geographical location, since you just entered the US market? Like, did you strategically enter the US market before entering, for example, Europe? Or did you just see a big opportunity within the US market?
Yeah, so I mean, I think there's multiple considerations when we were, when we decided what's the first market we're going to look into. So just to share a few with you, right? So one of them is farm size. So obviously, the bigger the farm, the greater the return of investment we can offer, right? So, and that's one consideration. At least in Central Western Europe, it's a lot of it is very segmented, small farms. Something you don't see as much in North America or in South America or in Australia. So farm size is one consideration. Another one is how much farmers are currently pay on herbicides. So if you look at a corn farmer in the US, herbicides is by far his biggest expense as far as crop protection. It's not always true to other places. But on the flip side of it, I think looking at regulation makes the European market very attractive, right? So I think for us, we are looking very closely on this market, and we actually expanding our crop portfolio capabilities to crops that are relevant more to although you see corn in Europe, but just to expand the crop that we can operate in that are relevant to the European market, because we think that in the coming years, we'll see like incentives that will benefit farmers and companies like us, and that will be the right time for us to enter.
Okay, great. So now maybe a little bit more of a technical question. This one from Ulrich is the power consumption on the machinery a challenge for you guys?
No. So we can actually adjust. We work with different machines, mostly, by the way, with self-propelled. Again, goes end in end with our focus on mid to large farmers. But no, this is not a consumption. And if you want, I can take it offline and talk more about it.
Awesome. Well, that's another great thing that you're available for some more questions and interactions afterwards. And then the last question, and then I think we a little bit pressed for time, from Gregor. your growth model is based on cooperation with big manufacturers of machinery. So they compete against each other on the market. How do you want to deal with that?
Yes, so I mean, we are not, for a company like Greeneye, we're still a fairly small company. So we are not locking ourselves with any company. We have very strategic collaborations, but we want to position ourselves as the company that is a market leader in the category of artificial intelligence and precision spraying, and we will be more than happy to work with. It's not. Oh, by the way, our distribution channels are not only through sprayer manufacturers. This is one channel. Another channel are retailer. Another channel are selling direct to farmers. Something we already implemented in 2022. So we are a technology company, and our mission is to position ourselves as a market leader in the category, but not locking ourselves with one brand or another. I think that will really limit our flexibility there. So, and another thing to understand is this technology. The reason it took so long for this technology to come to the market is because it's so complicated, and because it's so complicated, it's not as if you'll see in so many companies offering solutions. I think it's really a challenging thing to build a product there. We invested a lot of time and money and really the best brains to work on this product. So we feel very confident with our position in the market. So yeah, I mean, our strategy is not to lock ourselves to any partner, but to work with as many as possible.
Well, thank you so much, Nadav. This is then the last question for this session. I actually wanted to thank you once again for taking the time this morning. Wish you the best of luck with the entry into the new market. And as Nadav said earlier, if you want to contact him, I think the contact details were for once in the presentation, but maybe also available for some more meetings in the course of the conference. So thank you very much and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, guys. So since we were just in North America, we're coming back home with a local superhero, Johannes Scherer, the CEO of smaXtec, who will tell us more about how technology, how AI, how sensory data can actually help us when it comes to challenges in dairy farming. There we
Thanks,
go.
Johannes. Hello?
Yeah, and Stefan is the right name, not Johannes.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
There we go.
So thanks, Johannes, for the introduction. I'm personally a fan of face-to-face meetings, but under the given circumstances, you guys did a great job in organizing this event. So congratulations, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to present today. I would like to start with a kind of probably a statement that might cause some discussions. And this is that, as we all agree, there is a growing population. We'll expect about 11 million people by 2100, that there is also an increased demand for food. I think this has been discussed over the course of the day. And I think we agree that there is the investment in AgTech is one way to support this increased food demand and to provide supply for this food demand. And the statement I want to make, that one that might lead to some discussions, is that dairy products will remain an important nutritional source. There are discussions going on, especially in larger cities, about dairy supplements, but I'm saying dairy products will remain an important nutritional source. So we have to think how we can produce dairy products sustainable and reliably. So one thing that might be not seen by too many people is a simple fact that cows transform unusable grass to valuable food for humans. And especially me growing up in an alpine region, there is a long tradition of having cows on high altitude areas, in areas where you couldn't grow hops or corn, or which you couldn't arable like in a conventional way. And then the farmers made dairy products out of milk, like cheese, could store it and then eat it over the course of the winter. And today, 5% of the energy in the global diet is based on dairy. And only 3% of the cow land is actually arable. But there are estimations that 86% of the livestock feed is not consumable by humans. So actually, if there is the discussion going on about how sustainable beef is, yes, but dairy products are actually sustainable and contribute only 1% of the global gashouse contribution. So now I have introduced or motivated the dairy production. We step a little bit into how this dairy production looks like today. We have in the global dairy cow market, we have about 70 million cows in managed dairy farms in about 100 plus countries. There are some very important regions like the Atlantic regions in Europe, like Northern Germany, UK, Ireland, France, and then also we have these important dairy areas in the US, around the Wisconsin area, the lake area, and then also the larger farms in California. We also have Australia, New Zealand, just to mention a few. Asia, China is starting to grow and invest a lot into the dairy market. And what are the challenges and trends for today dairy farmers? We have stricter regulations regarding the use of, let's say, hormones, antibiotics, all that stuff we as the consumer don't want to see in our food. And in parallel, we also have less qualified personnel, and we have also a tremendous consumer pressure on the milk price. This is also something a lot of people aren't seeing that obviously, but there is research going on what prices consumers have in mind. And basically, it's only a basket of 10 products. And these 10 products might vary in the different countries, but for sure there is always one product in there. And this is how much is 1 liter of milk. So consumers are very sensible to the milk price, whereas with other products, let's say 1 liter of olive oil, consumers aren't that sensitive and potentially are willing to pay more. So we have a challenge on the milk price for the farmers. And we all know if a reasonable price isn't paid for a product, the pressure is on the production. So what are the sorry, there was a mess up in the slide, so I was one slide ahead. So what are the consequences for farmers? The consequences for farmers are that a growing herd size is combined with a decreased number of farms. So fewer farms have now to manage a larger herd size. And this is also a reason that the efficiency of the farm has to increase. And this means we have a higher financial pressure on the farms. So what's the solution now? We say that a sustainable dairy production is possible through digitization and automation. Now the question is, how can we digitize a cow, a dairy cow? Here comes smaXtec into play. smaXtec has developed a bolus that enables the digitization of the dairy production. The bolus is resting inside the cow, inside the reticulum of the cow, permanently for the lifetime of the cow, and is continuously monitoring health and helps to prevent sicknesses of the dairy cow and thus keep the milk yield high. How is this setup working? And you have seen something similar if you have seen the previous talk of Gottfried Pessl, and this is a sensor. Sensor is in the cow's reticulum in the stomach. The sensor is monitoring data, is pre-processing data, is sending data to a base station. The base station is receiving the data, is again doing some processing, sends it to the cloud, and the farmer can access the data from their mobile devices, whether that's a handheld or a PC, a browser, completely independent of the local farm software infrastructure. If we look a little bit into the technical details, as I didn't know how deep we want to dive into the tech here with this AI conference, but it's a classic cloud system. I will not dive too deep into it, but the ingress is done through a LoRaWAN network and LoRaWAN server. Then we go into our cloud infrastructure where we do some processing, and I have a separate slide showing a bit more detail on that. And then we have a real-time database that is providing the data onto the app, which you can access from your app or your browser. We also offer an API that can be embedded in customer applications. From the stream processing, we look at the raw processing data where we do some data cleaning, data filtering, some drift correction. And then out of this raw data, we extract features, and the features are used for further decision making. And this means a certain classification, this means adaptive thresholding, or this can also mean approaches like machine learning out of big data sources. What we end up for the customer is a measurement for the inner body temperature, the movement and activity, and the rumination of the cow. The cow needs to ruminate, and we measure directly the rumination in the reticulum of the cow. So what can the farmer do now? If we look at this diagram, you see now the rumination of the cow with the green bandwidth showing what is the optimal rumination time per day. In the middle, we see the temperature, the actual temperature of the cow. You see these spikes. These spikes indeed down to lower value indicate drinking cycle, because each time the cow drinks water, the temperature drops. The black line is the average temperature. And below the red line, the red curve you see is showing activity. What can we now do with the data? Of course, the farmer can look at it, but what the farmer really wants is early detection of any potential cow sickness or disease. Because if the dairy farmer recognizes a potential disease or sickness early, he can apply conventional treatments like giving simple anti-inflammatories instead of, if you see or recognize the disease when it becomes clinical, that you have to give antibiotics, for example, because you're late, the infection is severe, and then you mess up the basically the udder of the cow, and you have milk loss and potentially permanent damage to the cow. In this graph, you see how such a health alert could look like. You see in the lower left, you see how the green curve is dropping, indicating that rumination goes down. But even prior to that, you see a clear raise of temperature indicating the potential start of an infection. And we have these various alarms, and based on these alarms, the farmer can react. And I think best is if I show two cases, one where the farmer was able to react early, and the other one where he ignored the alarms. And I can show you what this meant for his dairy cow and the production. Here you see the typical conduct of mastitis case without smaXtec. For all of you who are not farmers, mastitis is one of the diseases or sicknesses of a dairy cow, which has probably the most severe economical impact of the farmer, and it's an infection of the udder. So what's happening here? Again, on the top you see rumination, in the middle temperature, and on the bottom you see activity. And if you now look at this first temperature alarm, you see only a very slight increase of temperature. And this slight increase is only for a couple hours. Then the temperature goes back to normal. From the outside, zero is visible. You see that the cow still ruminates nicely, so no indication. If this alarm is neglected, let's say at the early period of lactation, this is the early period after the cow gave a birth to a calf and milk production is starting to rise. If there is an udder infection, this could be severe. So going back to the point, the farmer, let's say, neglects this temperature increase, does nothing. We see about 1.5 days later, another temperature increase. This time a bit higher, but again, it resolves, the cow recovers, all looks fine, slight drop in rumination, but also rumination recovers well. So you could say again, nothing has happened. But now the third increase comes of temperature. And this increase is severe now with a steep drop of rumination. Now the infection has become clinical with visible outside symptoms in the milk, for example. The cow is really sick. Now the farmer has to apply antibiotics. Milk cannot be used anymore, and the cow needs to recover. Here is the example with the use of smaXtec, our system. If at the first temperature alarm, the farmer gives a simple anti-inflammatory, something which doesn't affect the quality of the milk or doesn't have any negative impact like antibiotics, we see there is a recovery, a drop in temperature, rumination stays nice, high at the level where it should be. You even see a drop in temperature after the raise, which is an indication that the giving of the anti-inflammatory is working with a slight drop of temperature. So therefore, that we have a drop of temperature alarm as an indicator for successful treatment. Cow is happy, farmer is happy, we are as customers can be happy. The system not just can reduce the usage of antibiotics to the farmer, he can also help the farmer keep the animals fertile without the use of hormones, because there is a very, very reliable heat detection attached to it. We see here a change in activity and a drop in rumination, which clearly shows the cow is in heat and is ready to be inseminated. We give the optimal insemination window. Then here you see basically on the top, on the bottom left, basically an ample system showing the ideal time for insemination. Due to time, I think I jump over this. And in addition to the insemination, to the heat detection, there's also a calving detection. Whenever a cow gets pregnant. At some point, she has to give birth to a calf, and the farmer needs to know when the calf is coming. And again, this inner sensor provides super accurate and reliable temperature measurement, and the giving birth of a calf is indicated by a drop of the average body temperature of 0.4 degrees Celsius. And the sensor is sensible enough to catch this slight drop reliably. And then the farmer knows that within the next 10 to 15 hours, the cow will give birth to the calf. So we have a very, very precise prediction of calving. Again, this is provided and sent to the cloud, and the farmer, the user of the system, the veterinarian, the nutritionist, whoever is using the system or whoever is giving access to the data by the farmer, can have access to the system and read the data and work towards healthy and happy cows. So this was my talk. I have shown how to make dairy production sustainable and profitable by reducing the use of hormones, by the reduce of drugs, and keep cows, farmers, and customers happy and healthy. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Stefan. And I know that you have to run and you have a hard cut at 2. However, we have 2 questions, and maybe I can direct them towards you. First question, pretty straightforward. What exactly are you measuring in the cow?
We are measuring the body temperature, the rumination, which is basically the contraction of the rumen, and we measure the activity of the cow, so how the cow is moving. And okay, indirectly with the temperature, we also can measure drinking cycles. Yeah.
Awesome. And then straight away, the second question, is there an option to replace a bolus if it fails permanently?
Yeah. As the dairy cow is a ruminating animal, so the food goes into the first stomach, so to say, into the rumen, to simplify it. And then through the rumination process, food comes up again and the cow starts to chew, and then it goes into another stomach. So we needed, in order to measure reliably, we need to design the bolus such that it stays in the reticulum permanently. Otherwise, there would be the danger that the cow chews on the bolus, or that there is some danger to the cow. And therefore, it has to stay there permanently. But if you think that the stomach of the cow has the size of approximately a bath tube, and you throw in such a sensor of that size, it doesn't affect, and there is a proven research and testification that the bolus doesn't affect the health of the cow in a negative way. The bolus is, by the way, also FDA approved.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that clarification, Stefan. Thank you so much for spending your time with us. All the best. And if you have any more questions to Stefan, I'm sure that he will be happy to answer them within the conference setting, or also outside in a future call or meeting.
Absolutely. Thank you, Johannes. And thanks for organizing this. It was a pleasure and fun. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Bye. All right, guys. And Markus is already here. I was about to say, obviously we are having people here from all around the world, and a partner, the co-organizers who also made that possible are our colleagues from Advantage Austria. And I will actually not say that much more. I'll hand over to you, Markus, and maybe you can tell the story how Advantage Austria can help companies, startups of any size when it comes to an international mindset.
Thank you so much, Johannes, and welcome from Advantage Austria to the world. I'm based in Tel Aviv. I'm the commercial counselor for Austria in Tel Aviv. And let me show you my short presentation, tell you a little bit about Advantage Austria, about our organization. Now, first of all, also congrats to all of you. I've already had great meetings today and followed super interesting talks. Now, as to Advantage Austria, I'm merely one of roughly 100 dots in the world of all the offices we have. Advantage Austria is the organization sponsored by the Austrian Chamber of Commerce and helps businesses from Austria make connections to the world, and of course, vice versa. So wherever you are, be sure there is an office of Advantage Austria close to you, and you can talk to us in your native language. We have 80 nationalities, and we do have quite a bit of experience. So since after World War II, we do have a very, very extensive network. What we do basically is we do not represent only those 550,000 companies abroad. We organize, co-organize platforms like this. We exchange knowledge, and we make the meeting of partners possible. In the very first sense, the knowledge, I would like to now tell you a little bit about AgriTech in Israel, since this is my field of coverage, my geographical field. And in the end, I will give you a concrete business opportunity where you can meet the next Austrian partners. Now, Israel, a small country of just over 9 million people, most of them, of course, Jews and Muslims and a few Christians. We have a very small country, as I said, very arid, but with super strong economic data. Israel has sailed very well through the pandemic. And what makes Israel stand out and so interesting to work here is that it has 10% of global unicorns. Now, let's take a closer look at the AgriTech sector. AgriTech in Israel is, however, a rather small field. You have over 6,500 startups in Israel. And if you go all the way down, nearly all the way down, you have AgriTech here with 255. That's now in million US dollars of investment in 2020. So most of the money goes to cybertech and then fintech, smart mobility, etc. But AgriTech is one of the very interesting fields, and you will now see why. First, it is on the crossroads of many fields. Government has an interest to nourish the society with the academic institutions, with outstanding fields of research here in Israel. You have incubators where small companies are grown, like plants are, and you've got the VC firms, kind of the water that pours into the startups. Now, if we look at those AgriTech companies, there are currently about 400 of them in Israel. We see that on the left-hand side, you see the funding stage, and 40% of them are in bootstrap and seed stadium. And then as you move on across the circle, it moves to round A, B, C, and most of them are already revenue financed, which means we do see a rather stable, secure, and developed sector in the AgriTech world. This you can also see in the second circle, where you see that many companies have been existing for quite a while. I would say 40% of them on the left-hand side of this circle have only come in the last few years. But as we move to the third circle on the right-hand side, we see that most of the companies have released their products, which again proves that they are revenue financed. So it's a mature industry, but very fast developing and very interesting. Let's look at some examples. Now, if we look at the value chain, for example, we have Terranis, which is in irrigation, and we see also that if you look at the blue field, cultivation, irrigation, pesticides, yield protection, etc., that's the really stronghold and then the knowledge of Israel's food tech startups, AgriTech startups. One field above it, you have, as another example, along the supply chain, Clarifruit, a startup which measures the quality of fruit through the value chain. If we look at food processing, we've got TIPA, which is about green packaging. You move further on to the left, Miletus, that's a company that also wants not to give antibiotics to animals, but rather works with natural proteins in order to safeguard the health of the animals. And then we come to the top, to Future Meat, which is one of the most shining examples of the latest month, because they secured a huge B-series funding, and they are in clean meat, cultured meat, and that is a huge trend. Actually, 40% of all global funding last year went to Israel in that sector, and I think over the next decade or so, we will really see that sector change a lot, and I wonder how much longer we're going to eat real meat and not clean meat. But let's move to three other examples in Israel. So Netafim is I would say, a company any Israeli can identify with. It's a classical drop irrigation and the archetype of a success story here. Adama is developing seeds and working with big international groups together. We'll come to that. And Aleph Farm is just another example of cultured meat, and one of nearly a dozen which exist in Israel. Also, what makes Israel special is that you have so many international corporations here. You see Merck, Syngenta, Nestlé, BASF, they're all here. Some, as you see on the left-hand side, with R&D activities, or on the right-hand side with scouting or with partnerships or direct investment. And that makes this small country very fruitful, also in terms of business development. Let me briefly touch upon the main hubs for high tech. So myself, I'm sitting in Tel Aviv, which is the main and most congested hub. But also Haifa in the north is known for its industrial zone. It's great university, the Technion. You have Herzliya just north of Tel Aviv, where big software companies like Apple, Microsoft, and the like set up shop. Jerusalem has developed very well, even though it is geographically more difficult to approach, but has developed very nice startup scene. And the heart of the AgriTech sector really is in Upper Galilee, in the north of Israel. And there we see a lot of agri and food tech startups. And to the south, Beersheba, you've got the cybersecurity hub. Now, this brings me now to the forum where we can be of help to you. As I said, we support Austrian companies, connect worldwide, and we do also do scouting events worldwide. One of them we're gonna have this March, on 22nd of March. It's gonna be a startup scouting event here in Israel, where we scout for 17 Austrian corporates. So we give you the chance to connect to those corporates. And I invite you to sign up for it. You will meet innovation managers of those big corporates, and it's the chance basically to connect and to meet with them. So as I said, there is an Advantage office close to where you are. Take the opportunity, get to know them. Just type in www.advantageaustria.org and it'll take you to your next office. And I hope to meet more Israeli startups here, and hope that you will have good business connections to Austrian companies around the world. You're still on mute, Johannes.
Yes, so I can repeat my thanks to you. It's pretty cool what happens in Israel, as you guys saw earlier. We have a presence there as well, and maybe there's a question that goes out to you as well. How can I become part of your local networks?
So as I said, we do have 100 offices worldwide. I don't know exactly where the one who's asking is based, but please check out this local office next to you and just write them an email. We do not have a formal membership or anything. You interact with people, and we do have so many events around the globe. I just took one example, and cybersecurity is definitely one of the topics which is of interest to us. I also know that the city of Vienna is paying special attention to that. And there are also events this spring in Vienna. So I think there will be good opportunities also in cybersecurity. Just please approach your next office.
Yes, exactly. And when it comes to cybersecurity, especially when it comes to bridging the gap to Austria, maybe our co-host Matthias might also be a good connection to have. Okay, thank you so much, Markus.
Thank you.
Have a great day and enjoy the rest of the day in Tel Aviv. And we are moving on. Next up will actually be not Stefan. Stefan, we just heard. Next up will be Yasmin and the AWS setup, the artificial intelligence marketplace. Hello, Yasmin.
Hi, Johannes. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. We're very excited because I think the AWS marketplace shows a great opportunity and maybe also a general message that we as the organizers of this event want to push out, that bridging the gap between two worlds, traditional corporations and new technology companies, startups that bring innovative solutions to the market, can be of great benefit of these two worlds. But maybe, Yasmin, you want to take it from here and tell us a little bit more about the initiative and the two cases that we will be talking and hearing about in the next few minutes.
Yes, I will do that. Thank you very much. So I will take over and share my screen. And just a second. Okay, can everybody see my screen? Yeah, I think it should work now. So hello everyone. As Johannes mentioned, my name is Yasmin. I am a program manager for the AI marketplace of the AWS company, which is the funding bank of Austria Wirtschaftsservice. So it's not Amazon Web Services. I will moderate this session for the next half an hour, and the focus will not be on the marketplace fully, but it will be on two interesting AI cases in the field of AgriTech. So let's get it started. So what will we be listening to today? So I will be the moderator, and I will just give you a short introduction. And today we will listen to two challenges from two traditional Austrian companies. One of them is Pessl Autonome Systeme, and the other one is Pessl Instruments. I am very happy that we have Mr. Peszek and Mr. Pessl here today. And as you can tell, they both are family-owned businesses. And they have use cases in the field of agriculture, and they have challenges that they want to solve with the technology of AI. So today, listen very carefully to their use cases. You can ask questions afterwards, and then you have the chance to request meetings with them. I need a few more minutes before Mr. Peszek can present his presentation. I will just give you a short overview. So why do we organize a call for cooperation? The goal of the AI marketplace, which is openly accessible and for free, is to make AI solutions in Austria visible to the public and not just visible for big corporations that have big innovation departments. Our goal is also to connect providers of AI solutions with companies that are looking for cooperation partners for their digitalization projects. And yeah, that is why this is the second time we participate the Applied AI conference today with a call for cooperation. And I'm very happy that we are. Just to give you the context behind this, the AI marketplace is accessible on www.KI-Marktplatz.at, KI-Marktplatz.at. And we currently list 128 providers of AI solutions, and you can get free and easy access to the providers. There are 69 startups, 40 SMEs and large enterprises, and 17 research institutions that filled out a profile with all their information on their products, their use cases, services, and research areas. And you can filter them by use case, by industry, by cooperation field, and location. So if you're looking for a provider in Carinthia, you can make sure that you find some company there. We also make sure that we give you the information of the ability, if there is a data protection officer, a data scientist, data engineer, so that you know what to expect if you can connect with them. And you can, see who they worked with before, so you can have like a reference. And yeah, it's just to make sure that the providers already worked with someone and that they already had some successful projects. All right. So I would be happy if you take a look. And now we will start right away with the challenge, the Q&A session, and the meetings afterwards. So after each presentation, we will have a short Q&A session, and I hope that we will have a lot of questions here so that we will find the right solution for the challenges. All right, so now we welcome Mr. Bernhard Peszek, CEO of Peszek Autonome Systeme. Hello, Mr. Peszek.
Hello, a very nice afternoon to all of you. Thank you very, very much for the nice introduction and for the opportunity to present some of our projects here where we are seeking for partners. Just to avoid disturbances, we've renamed our company from Peszek Autonome System to Ideas lately, so it's very new. Sorry for this disturbance. I would like to present two projects, running quickly through them, and then leave some time for discussion and for finding partners. So if it's possible, I would like to share my screen to
yes.
A short presentation.
I will stop you after like 7 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will try to be quick.
Perfect.
So, Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
But maybe it takes a few seconds. Okay,
yeah,
now
it's not there yet. No, that's me. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Okay.
Maybe give it one more try and hit the share button. Then we should be able to see your screen.
I hit the share button. Yes.
And then Bildschirm teilen.
Now I've got it. Yes. Now it should
There
work.
it is.
Perfect.
Okay.
We're out.
Now we can go on. Okay. The ideas, individual development of autonomous systems is working in the field of automation in farming, and we focus on autonomous operation and autonomous driving. And I've picked out two projects. One is still a research project where we're seeking for partners, and the other one is a project where we have already placed in market, but we are going to develop it further, put additional function in it. So there's also a wide field for cooperation on this. The first project is our system for weeding without using chemical agents. So we are working on crop detection, localization of the wheat plant, and then steering a device at the wheat plant to destroy it. We have developed a first algorithm for crop classification. So we classify the crop as crop, and then all the other plants are classified as wheat. So I have a short video. I'm not sure if it works. It seems to work. You see the crop plant is signed green, and all the other plants are in orange, and then a device should be leaded to the orange plants. This can be different types of measurements. They can be physical, mechanical, or chemical. It has a very high efficiency when it comes to reduction of resources, chemical agents. Also allows a low energy consumption, works in very short time and reduces cost. And of course, it's helping protecting the environment. And now I'm switching over to the project Yeti, which is based on this technology. Here we were at the first prototype at the exhibition in Hanover at the AgriTech, and it's based on the little vehicle on the right side down. And what we use at the Yeti, we are using laser. So after the plant is classified, we leading a laser to the wheat plant, and it is destroyed. And the penetration is so deep that we can also remove at least parts of the roots. So we have minimal regrowth, of course, free of any chemical agents. And as it is very focused, we also have a minimum energy consumption. This is a first impression of the system. You have the stereo camera for orientation and autonomous driving, the body, the hull of the vehicle, the laser for weeding, and a camera for classification of the camera, for classification and positioning of the wheat plant. So where is AI needed? Of course, for plant classification, but also, and that will be the biggest challenge, the precise positioning of the laser under field condition. So what we do, we collect a lot of data from the plants using our camera systems. So this also could be used for determination of plant condition, water requirement, amount of fertilizer. So where also AI could help. And now I will switch over to the second project, which we have already launched as a product on the market. It's a device for guiding tractors through vineyards and orchards, based on a leader device, which then the data is then processed in a small processor, and then is led to the data is led to a steering device, which can then precisely lead the tractor through the vineyards. Again, a short video, I hope it works. Yes, here you can see the system working on the tractor. The driver is released from driving and can fully concentrate on the machinery. We will also want to use this system for control of all kinds of equipments, because we've got all the data from the vineyard and therefore can apply the data on the machinery and guide it precisely. What we also want to implement, and where we are looking for partners, we again get very much data from the sensors, and we also want to use this for different applications, like differentiating leaves from the grapes, for instance, and then precise application of agents, and of course detection of diseases, deficiencies, so that again agents can precisely be applied. What we also want to do, we are developers, we want to develop our system further, use 3D data and also IE to have a perfect navigation under all conditions. And this leads to one of our next planned projects, of course, the fully autonomous robot in the vineyard. So to get in contact, here's my email address, or we can now share in the marketplace. So I hope that perhaps we can find a partner in these fields, would be great. And this leads me to the end of my presentation, and I'm waiting for your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peszak, for the presentation and for keeping it in time. I'm looking at the questions at the question field, and there are no questions yet, as far as I can tell, which means that the presentation was very clear. But maybe, okay, now we have a question. We will take that in. What partners are you looking for?
I'm looking for partners, especially in the field of AI. And also, as I mentioned in my presentation, we would like to use all the data from the field and from the vineyard and orchard for additional functionalities, like calculating the yield or finding diseases and so on. So a wild field of partners in all these fields.
So, okay, are you looking to join R&D consortiums like on an EU level?
Yes, we would appreciate to join this, yes.
Great. A third question is for me, and I'm sorry, but the AI marketplace is not available in English yet. It is fully targeted to the DACH region, I guess, but we will try to change that in the future. Okay, so Mr. Peszak, I already saw that your meeting slots are getting less and less, and you already have some meetings booked. So I wish you good luck with the meetings. And tomorrow, by the way, we will have a conclusion of the meetings today, and take a look on all the learnings, and and reflect on the meetings today. Thank you very much. Then we will go over to Mr. Pessl from
very
Pessl
much.
Instruments. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Pessl. Good to have you here. So, yeah, I would say we would just start with your presentation right away.
Thank you very much, Yasmin. Great to be here. I don't need to present myself because I was speaking earlier this day, this morning. So I say also thank you to you organizers. I think it's a great event. So what are we looking for? Of course, as a company in this field of AI and how to say, Internet of Things, we are also looking into, let's say, more smarter solutions. And I would present here, let's say, a fully, we are talking about vineyards, and vineyards and orchard spraying is very much of a problematic situation. It needs a lot of know-how. So for us, the problem we see and the farmers is facing here is, first of all, do I have to spray? Then the next question is, when do I have to spray? And that's, of course, we have here devices, which I presented earlier today, about disease forecasting and diagnostics of potentially also insect pressure with the insect automatic traps, and also forecasting of the weather. So what is the window of opportunity for the spray or the spray window? So, and the next question is, when I applied the chemical in the orchard, is always the question, did my spray work? So was the weather conditions perfect when I applied it, before my spray, during the spray? Because as we are also know now, the farms are getting bigger, and it's not anymore that I have all my fields around the farmhouse. So I have fields which are maybe 20-30 kilometers from the farmhouse. So I need to know, let's say, if there was a rain happening after the spray. So if that happened, then I need to understand if there is a problem which could arise and could be affected the yield of my crop. Then, of course, getting it more and more problematic is the whole traceability of spray work. Nobody likes to spray. The consumer wants pesticide-free products, and also assess also the spray effect after spray, so to understand if the biological efficacy of the spray was good. And of course also what was the weather conditions which are reduced an uptake of the spray chemistry. No, for example, there was a heat wave, or there's too high that the plant metabolism cannot uptake the chemistry. And also wind conditions, what means weather conditions leading to runoff and so forth. And of course also what was the plant growth weather afterwards. So there is lots of issues which are very much also a question for the artificial intelligence. So as you see here, we have quite a number of input parameters which come in, let's say an automatic weather station, a spray weather stations on the machine, and then all these calculations, and also this information can be transferred quite close to real time to the cloud server, and from there a company potentially could offer services which could directly, let's say, relate to more intelligent spraying. Here, this is normally, it consists at the moment of 3 components. So there's a weather stations in the field, which is permanently measuring 365 days a year. Then we have a GPS tracker, which is on the machine. And then you have our field climate platform, which gives you also other information about disease risk, insect pressure, and so forth. So this is the one machine which is the device or instrument which is on the sprayer, which is directly connected to the electronics of the tractors during the isobus system. And also here the AI could also then automatically or intelligently change the settings of a machine. That's the one is about the tracking, so I know when, where, and what I have done on that particular field, and then I can of course see that in the field climate platform or on the API platform of another provider. So I can immediately see, for example, if I have skipped a row or if I have let's say sprayed a row twice because everything happened in the night and I was tired and I skipped or I sprayed it twice. So just to sum up here, so what are the artificial intelligence problems to solve here is even become more precise on the pesticide application, timing and date, then the weather data, let's say the weather forecast, the weather during the spray, and also give active alerts and intelligent alerts if something goes wrong. Let's say it's in terms of process management. And then, of course, data on the work quality. So you rate the work in a scale of 0 to 10, for example, and also what other integration things can be done, like what we have heard about Greeneye, the camera technology, which our friends from Israel are using, and all these other things. So I'm very much open to ideas. What you guys in the audience can bring to it. So I think that's it, and let's starting to solve problems with AI. So and have tasty and healthy and super tasty, super sweet cherries. No?
Amazing. Thank you for the presentation. I think this is I'm very curious if you're gonna have meetings with AI solution providers that target your problem or your challenge. And as I could see also that your meeting slots are coming to an end as well. Is that right?
Oh yeah.
Oh no. Yes. Okay. So I was looking into the questions. Okay, there is one. Are you still available for meetings? It seemed like you were unavailable.
Yeah, I'm available tomorrow afternoon for meetings.
Okay. I don't know if you haven't switched it on. If you switched it on, then it's fine.
I have switched
When I looked the last time, there were still a few slots free.
Yeah.
But yeah, you will take a look into it. Second question, what are the top 3 concrete things where you need a partner?
That's not an easy to answer question. I think I guess it could be in the agronomy side of the application. So to understand better what is the agronomical efficacy of applications, then of course also to be smarter in maybe what Mr. Pessl said on sensors, which we can still during the spray operation or during the autonomous driving, that we can develop or make new sensors which could be interesting for a farmer, because when you are in the field, you can get very good data. And I think the third one would be also to have more, and there's fantastic solutions and fantastic opportunities to use more the satellite data from Sentinel. It's free. There's lots of developers, lots of code available. I think here, combined with ground sensors and satellite data, I think we can get things which we haven't imagined before.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you also for your questions to the audience. I still have one last slide to show, and I would say thank you, Mr. Pessl, for joining us today, and I wish you great meetings. And we will talk later, and you can sum up the summary of your meetings today and tomorrow, and then we'll reflect on that in the session tomorrow.
Thank you, Yasmin.
Okay, so my last slide, and then I'm finished, would be this one. Yeah, so I just wanted to say, make sure to get started and arrange the meetings via B2Match. As you can tell, there is the button request meeting. You can only see it if you switched on, if you yourself signed up for the meeting sessions. And just a few points: keep the introduction short, focus on presenting solutions to the presented challenges, make sure to get feedback, and to arrange a follow-up meeting if there is a fit, of course. Get in touch with me. You can add me on LinkedIn, you can call, or you can send me an email, and I am looking forward to the next Applied AI conference and the next call for cooperation. Yeah, a big thank you to the organizers, and I'm out. If someone else appears. Yes.
Apparently, I am the one who's appearing. So, well, thank you so much, Yasmin, for the cases that you brought to us. Matthias is joining us. Is the Clement fix his line?
There he is. Wonderful.
A dream come true. Thank you so much.
Charlie Chaplin movie. No.
Awesome. Well, guys, we're actually at, I wouldn't say the end of today. We're actually just switching the mediums that we're using for the rest of the afternoon. Guys, you want to expand on that?
Yeah, because now is the time for the start of our workshop sessions, and these workshop sessions will continue on Microsoft Teams. And for all of you who registered to these sessions or are interested, head over to the agenda of our page, AAIC AgriTech, where you will find the links to these workshops, with the first one being DIH Innovate, AgTech Innovation for Austrian SMEs, going on right now. And starting at 3 p.m., Smart Agri Hubs, how we generate impact, with Annelinde Fischer from Agriculture Engineering. Well, just 1 minute to appreciate the wealth of information that we provided our audience with today on AI in AgriTech. Thanks so much for this great collaboration. We continue on in the workshops, and tomorrow, Clemens?
Yeah, famous last words. Thanks a lot for joining. It just took me 3 hours to fix the internet here, but you know, Murphy's Law. Tomorrow we continue a bit earlier because we will have our first keynote speaker joining from California. So he will tune in at midnight, which is 9 o'clock a.m. our time. If you missed some talks today, and we mentioned this a couple of times during the day, currently the entire stream is available already on YouTube. But additionally, once the event has concluded tomorrow afternoon, we will cut down this long 4 or 5 hour streams into the individual keynotes and put them online. So if you missed something, don't worry, we got you covered. So with this, that's sweet. I have to do it like this. Now, with this, thanks a lot for joining. Have a happy networking, and we're looking forward to see you tomorrow morning. So have a nice day and goodbye.
Goodbye.